Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Yountville Town Council meeting for Tuesday, December 4th, 2018. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and ask for roll call, please.
Councilmember Durham.
Here.
Councilmember Dorman.
Here.
Councilmember Moeller.
Here.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker.
Here.
Mayor Dunbar.
Here. And just so everyone in the room knows, we are going to be moving up item 9A to just after we give the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could all please join us, I'd like to invite our Deputy Cal Valente to lead us in the pledge, please. That may be the last time I get to instruct and give any kind of, I'll call it a recommendation to Cal. Thank you. What we would like to do right now is recognize the long career that Deputy Valente has given not only the Napa County Sheriff's Department, but we're going to call you one of ours if you don't mind. Well over 13 years here in the town of Yountville. So I'd please invite the deputy to come up and join me at the dais, at the podium, excuse me.
Thank you very much.
And it's great to see so many people. No, you don't get this yet. I got to read it. It's really great to see so many of your colleagues here tonight, and the sheriff is here as well, I noticed. So it just shows, again, the kind of support you bring, not only our residents, but your fellow deputies in the whole department. So you should feel as proud as we are calling you part of our family.
Thank you.
This is a certificate of appreciation in recognition of Cal Valente, Deputy Sheriff, Napa County Sheriff's Department, Yountville Station. Deputy Valente has served in law enforcement for 32 and a half years. He served the Napa County area for the last 29 and a half years and has served in the town of Yountville for over 13 years. Deputy Valente has become a beloved part of Yountville. He is known for his kindness and patience as he has helped our residents through difficult times. Cal, as residents like to call him, is always willing to take time to talk to residents and offer his wisdom when they need it most. Thank you, Cal, for your dedication and service. You will always be a part of our Yountville community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have Mr. Sheriff. I know you love the microphone. Oh, yes.
Oh.
Wait a minute. In uniform? Okay. In uniform, as long as it's
Wow,
so close.
thank you. Wow. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate this. I was hoping to fade away and sneak out the back door, but no such luck. I would like to thank very much the mayor, council, and staff member, but primarily as the people who live and work in the town of Yountville, because that's what made the place such an awesome place to work. And I thank you very much for that. I always felt the gratitude and support from the people who live and work here. And I always felt, as was said earlier, part of the Yountville family. I don't know how many here remember the old beer commercial, Olympia Beer. It was the water. Well, for Yountville, it's the people. It really is. I'd also like to extend a big thanks for allowing me to be a part of that Yountville family for as long as I have. I know some might say that that chapter ran a little long, but I wouldn't have changed one page. I also have to thank a big thanks to the sheriff and to his staff. They were instrumental in allowing me to be part of that family, and I thank them for their support. Thank you.
Thank you. And
By the way, Sergeant, I won't be in tomorrow.
yeah, Sheriff Robertson, if you'd please, if you'd like to share any thoughts.
You can return the wine tomorrow. We have rules about that kind of stuff. Anyway, I would like to thank you and the town, obviously, for welcoming us. We relish this relationship that we have with the town, and I was fortunate enough to work here for a while, as was a lot of people, and it is addicting. I haven't seen Cal in over 12 years. He actually did come down to our office in October, and we got to see Cal, and it was a big surprise for some of the people there that had never met him, that have worked there for a decade or so. But Cal enjoyed working up here, and I couldn't have been happier. I started my career with Cal, and we had a lot of great times in the Valley and working and doing some fun things and taking care of the community. And this community is special. And Cal is definitely a special part of our department, and we were extremely happy to share him with the town. And it was an honor for us to have Cal up here, and I know he did a great job because we got nothing but positive comments and things like that, unlike some of the other stuff. But anyway, no, we really appreciate the relationship that Cal had up here, and wanted to thank you. And I actually want to thank Cal for his dedication, his commitment to not only this community, to not only the Sheriff's Department, but to the Napa County people. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. You really can tell by the number of, like I said, your colleagues that are here and all the good comments that we've heard since we all learned of your retirement. So thank you very much. It will feel a little different without you on our streets, or at least in civilian clothes. You're welcome to come back. So thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, which is the administration of the ceremonial oaths of office. We thank our law enforcement partners for being here and excuse you. Thank you. Sorry to get you in trouble, Cal, about that wine. It's what we do around here. So, Michelle, how would you like us to proceed? Shall we clear the dais to administer? Okay.
Yes, and then we'll do them in order of Mayor Dunbar, Vice Mayor Dornbecker, and then Carrie Dorman. So tonight we're going to be administering the ceremonial oaths of office for each of the council members, mayor and both council members. As you know, all candidates ran unopposed. We will be administering the official oath upon receipt of the canvass of the election results from the Registrar of Voters, and we will take care of that. We are planning on the September 17th special meeting, so just to let the public know. September, yeah, December. We don't want to wait that long. So with that, I will ask the mayor to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, John F. Dunbar, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Yes, thank you. We ask Vice Mayor Marita Dornbecker to come up. Hi, congratulations. Are you going to join or stand next to her? If I could ask you to raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I, Marita Dornbecker, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Okay, thank you and congratulations. Let me ask Councilmember Dorman to come up, please.
Sorry, I'm in wardrobe.
Watch your step. Congratulations. You're welcome. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Carrie Dorman, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you very much and congratulations. You want to stand up there? Okay, thank you.
Cupcakes are coming, don't worry. So So as we put this all back together again, we are going to take about a 10-minute recess to celebrate. I heard some bottles being opened earlier. Too bad Cal had to leave. But there are some small bites also, so we'll take about a 10-minute recess. And please be back here about 6:25. Thank you. Thank you all for being so orderly and returning from the sugar barrage. We're going to go ahead and reconvene and move on to our next item, which is the appointment of the vice mayor position. Michelle, you have a staff report?
Very briefly, I will outline that our town's municipal code and protocols describes the process for appointing the vice mayor, and I will read a brief paragraph of the code. The vice mayor shall be an appointed office. The vice mayor shall be selected from amongst the members of the council and shall be appointed by a majority vote of the council as soon as is practical following a regular town election or the creation of a vacancy in the office of vice mayor for any reason. The vice mayor shall serve a 2-year term. In the case of an appointment to fill a vacancy in office, the term shall be for the remainder of the unexpired term of the former incumbent. And that is basically a reflection of our ordinance and our code for appointment of the vice mayor.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And as is kind of standard procedure, I will go ahead and make a recommendation for the appointment, and then the council will consider that recommendation. First, I want to thank Vice Mayor Dornbecker for serving in this role for the last 2 years. She stepped in to represent me and the council on several occasions and has done so with a grace and professionalism that I appreciate and for which she should be proud. I could count on Marita to make smart, educated decisions with the town's best interest in mind at all times. I also want to acknowledge Marita's extra commitment to serving Yountville's residents as first vice president of the North Bay Division of the League of California Cities. She will be division president next year, a role I previously held, so I know how much time it takes and how much it can be a time-consuming effort. In fact, she and I, in my role as the League's board second vice president, often will be attending League activities at the same time. That's something that factored into my decision. So as we move into 2019 and 20, I am recommending to the council that Councilmember Carrie Dorman be selected as our next vice mayor. I'd like to provide some context to my recommendation and share some of Carrie's skills that I believe make her the right choice at this time. From the day she was appointed, Carrie has immersed herself in learning the issues, asking questions, meaning filling up countless legal notepads, and making sure she's is as informed as possible before considering any decisions. Just as important, Carrie is involved in our community, both in her role as a council member as well as a resident. It's important to participate and be connected to our residents and our businesses. We have served on countywide boards together, so I know she can fill in for me anytime she's called upon to represent our town's interests. I also appreciate that Carrie's style is analytical and detailed, while I lean more toward what I will call a creative approach. I believe that balance will serve us well as a council and as our community leaders. So I'll make a motion that we appoint Councilmember Carrie Dorman as vice mayor for the 2019 and 2020 term.
And I will second.
Is there any discussion?
Sure, I'll go.
Okay.
So I want to say I was the newest appointee on this council, and now Councilmember Dorman is also the newest appointee along with me. And I think that at some point in time in the future, there's a when it's most appropriate, there will be a time for us to be vice mayor. But in fairness, we have two members, very similar in tenure and experience, sitting on this council. And one of those members exceeds all of the council members in tenure and experience, and that would be Councilmember Dorman. Moeller, thank you. Councilmember Moeller. So I'm obviously not negating anybody's experience nor anybody's commitment to this community or this county or their time or their effort. What I am commenting on is the amount of experience, the amount of passion and involvement that Councilmember Moeller has with this community. She's been on this town council for 12 years. She's the most senior council member. She's currently the chair of LAFCO, and actually is LAFCO Member of the Year for all of California in 2017. She chairs the Upper Valley Waste Management. She's on the League of California Cities Environmental Quality. She's also on numerous ad hoc committees for Yountville, Library, OPEB, annexation of Domain Chandon, and currently the wireless ad hoc. Given that experience and tenure, I believe that in the absence of the mayor, she would be the best to represent this council, town staff, and the community. We all up here are experienced. We all up here are dedicated to this town of Yountville, and there's no question about it. But in terms of vice mayor, my opinion is that I would move to amend this motion by striking out the entire motion and substituting Councilmember Moeller for the position of vice mayor.
Okay, is there-
Very, very nice words. Thank you, and I'll second that. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we'll take it not as an amendment, but as a substitute motion.
Substitute, thank you.
So and this is when we get into the legalese here. There's a substitute motion, and we'll act on the substitute motion before, well, if that is agreed upon, then that's what takes precedent over my original motion. If it fails, we go back to my original motion and vote on that. So there's a motion and a second on the substitute motion to appoint Councilmember Moeller. All in favor of that? I think we need to do a roll call vote, just to be clear.
Councilmember Durham,
Yes.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
No.
Vice Mayor Dorman. Excuse me, Councilmember Dorman, no. Mayor Dunbar.
No. So now we go back to the original motion, which was to appoint Councilmember Dorman to the vice mayor position. So I'll ask for a roll call vote on that, please.
Mayor Dunbar,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Moeller,
no,
Councilmember Durham,
No.
Councilmember Dorman. Yes. Thank you.
So that motion passes 3-2, and Carrie Dorman will serve as vice mayor for the 2-year term. So thank you. And what I do want to recognize is this is one of those really difficult and awkward parts of our process that we're all friends, colleagues, neighbors, and it's difficult because it comes out like somebody has more skills than someone else, and it's never an easy decision. I know that this 5-member council works very well together, and I anticipate we will continue to work very well together. This is just one of the things that we go through that makes the job a little more challenging than some days, but I appreciate everyone's candor. And what we will do now is actually, because the role is effective immediately, we're going to move a little, do a little seating rearrangement. And I believe that means we're going to have, yes, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I did want to invite Marita to share some comments.
I would just like to say that it has been a great honor and pleasure to serve the town as vice mayor, and that that title doesn't, whatever title I have, doesn't impact the commitment that I feel for this town and how hard I will work. I support Vice Mayor Dorman, and I think that we are a good council. We work well together, and sometimes we don't agree. But I hope that going forward, we will all work as we have worked together in the past. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to serve for the 2 years, and I look forward to serving with all of you again.
Thank you very much. So I believe, Michelle, this is going to work so that we have Carrie come over here to my right, which is a standard spot for the vice mayor, and Marita's going to slide over to my left, and then Jeff, you would slide over to, what was your former spot?
Musical chairs.
And basically, the seating is also kind of regulated by our protocols, and that's why we go through this process. Michelle, you just let me know when you're ready down there.
I'm ready.
Okay. Normally, we would have already adopted our agenda, but we had a few procedural issues to deal with first. Next will be the adoption of the remainder of our agenda, recognizing that we've already made one change to that, which is we've already held item 9A, the recognition of our retiring Deputy Cal Valente. So I would invite a motion to adopt the amended agenda.
So moved.
And is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Public comment. Now, any member of the public that would like to make a comment on anything not on our agenda tonight is welcome to come to the podium and share that statement or question. Yes, Carrie.
I'm Carrie Hayes, 1 Redwood Drive. And I want to say first, it's been sweet to be here tonight. The work that all of you do and our share of, having the moments of recognition is really sweet to be a part of. And thank you for your public service. I know it's not always easy or entertaining or maybe even fun, but I really appreciate it. I am here, and I'm going to start and end my public comment with a question. Bookends, so to speak, and you'll see why in a second. So my first question is, what's a way to foster community, create unexpected joy, inspire connections, create fun, and provide a way for Yountville residents to learn? It's a way to support the Small Project Grants Program, also known as the Happiness Fund. So what is it? It's the establishment of free little libraries in town. And I have a photographs for you.
If you go ahead, give them to, yep, thank you.
So you can see what they are. These are, I call them small book bungalows. And my idea is to place them strategically in town. And they're for anyone to leave a book or take a book. They are for kids, for adults, and in fact, there is a national movement for free little libraries, and there's a national nonprofit called freelittlelibraries.org. My partner in book crime, so to speak, Carla Reif, has already approached our library commissioner and the county library, and they have offered to donate a couple of already built book bungalows that they have. And each book bungalow includes a small notebook that's kept there where residents can write a note, put ideas, put comments, put suggestions for maybe other locations, and each also includes a steward, someone to help manage the process. And so I'd like to volunteer to do that, or be the book bungalow babe is kind of what I'm thinking. So that's my idea. And it's, so my bookend question is, would you be willing to add this to your January agenda for discussion?
I'm going to invite Steve to explain what our process is for the Happiness Fund.
And I'm actually going to encourage you to fill out an application and submit it.
Got it.
And then the ad hoc committee will evaluate that. So that's actually
Okay.
the internal process.
Okay, so it doesn't,
So there isn't a process, and you would be in the second wave of applications based on the current timeline.
right, because in February, is that right? Yeah, okay.
So I'm just saying, and I would encourage anybody else with ideas. The information's on the town's website, and I just want to remind folks, it's, I think, an important part to identify the goal and the objective, and also the partnership and the doing part, because we've had some requests where people just want money, and that's not, if you read the criteria, there are criteria on the website, and while that may make some people happy, and it may very well go for very good and noble gestures, the genesis of this is there needs to be a community structure behind it and something that's going to benefit. So I would encourage the application and then drop it off.
Okay. I'm spellbound.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else have a comment to present to the council? Seeing none, I will go ahead and move on to our consent calendar, which items 11A through D. Is there any discussion, or is there a motion to accept? Councilmember Mueller?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of adopting the consent calendar as presented?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you. Presentation. We have a presentation coming up now about our comprehensive annual financial report, also known as the CAFR, for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2018. And I understand we have a guest presenter tonight, Mitesh Desai. Hope that's close. All right, thank you very much. Welcome.
Mayor, Council, we do our annual audit of the town. This year we've completed it very timely basis thanks to town staff.
Just tilt that microphone up slightly more, just to make sure we can hear you on our recording.
Sure, this is better.
The whole cord you should go up.
Got it.
There we go. Thank you.
All right. So this year was the earliest we were able to complete the CAFR, the financial audit, and that's thanks to Maria and her staff, and also to, I guess, our own team. So just our agenda to go over is our engagement team, our deliverables and scope of the audit, kind of the areas that we focused on this year when we were doing the audit, our auditor's report, what we issued, what type of opinion. We'll go over some slides, some financial slides, and then go over some management responsibilities, our responsibilities, and finally conclude with new accounting pronouncements. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If I can't, I'll probably defer to my boss, Ahmed. So our engagement team included Ahmed. We had a quality control reviewer, myself. I was the acting engagement manager. We have a senior on staff. His name is Ed. We do have an IT specialist, but we didn't really need him for the audit. We normally use him when our clients use more sophisticated systems, or normally on the off-the-shelf type of softwares. We'll kind of evaluate them ourselves. Our deliverables included the auditor's opinion, a report on internal control, agreed upon procedures on the GAN limit or appropriations limit, and we will be issuing a letter kind of going over what we'll be going over on the slides here. Our areas of emphasis included revenues. Just by default, auditing standards require us to perform more procedures on revenues than normal. We normally confirm with the Napa County your property taxes. We'll reconcile sales tax to what was issued by the board. I guess they've changed their name now the CDTFA. They're no longer the Board of Equalization. And pension and OPEB are relatively new accounting pronouncements. OPEB this year completely changed, so we did focus on that a lot more this year to make sure that the town implemented the new accounting pronouncements correctly. Another risk that we have to address as part of the audit is management override of internal controls. Not that we're concerned that management is overriding internal controls, it's just a default risk that exists with any entity that we have to audit. And we do some additional procedures such as reviewing manual adjustments to the records, scanning. We'll be based on our inquiries with staff, we'll make an assessment as to whether we need to do more procedures on that. We'll do walkthroughs of internal controls, make sure things that we're expecting to see based on the town's internal control structure are actually taking place. Going over our auditor's opinion. So we issued an unmodified opinion, and what that means is that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. Estimates are reasonable. Disclosures are complete and accurate. And just to go over, we did our audit in accordance with the Yellow Book and also the auditing standards that are suggested by the U.S. General Accepted Accounting Principles. If we had a single audit, we would do it in accordance with the uniform guidance as well, but this year, no single audit was required. Going over some, I guess, financial statistics. This is a slide that shows you your trend of assets and what are known as deferred outflows and inflows, or deferred outflows of resources. Your most significant assets on the balance sheet are your capital assets, of course, and also cash and investments. And overall, they've been consistent for the past 3 years. Nothing odd to report. Your cash did go up just because your revenues exceeded your expenditures this year. Liabilities. Your largest liability is long-term debt, and that includes your bonds and loans that are outstanding. You do have an increase in your net pension liability, which is kind of minor and expected. And this is just because CalPERS changed their discount rate, so they decreased the discount rate, which, for everybody, the liability goes up because of that. And then also you'll see on the complete right-hand side, there's a new line item called net OPEB liability. And this is just putting the unfunded status of your OPEB plan on the balance sheet. In the past, it was never disclosed as such. Your net position over the past 3 years has been consistent, unrestricted amount invested in capital assets, and also your restricted balances are kind of similar from year to year. This is a bit of a scary slide, but it's not that scary. You do have a decrease in your, change in net position, and this year is mainly as a result of the contribution you made to the Section 115 trust, which is about $1 million or so. And also you had an increase in pension expense, which was just because the net pension liability went up, so you do have more expense to record and reflect in your income statement. Other than that, with your enterprise funds, you'll see those are doing slightly better this year. This slide there's a comparison between your net cost of service compared to tax revenues to kind of compare in terms of whether you're charging enough or collecting enough in taxes to cover your cost of service. And you can see over the past 3 years, your net cost of service has been going up, and that's a bit because of your pension standards. And this year, you also had a contribution to the trust that kind of gets included in there. And then your tax revenues. Last year, you did have one-time payment for the sales tax triple flip final payment that kind of increased your tax revenues. This year, the triple flip concluded, so you don't have that included in that number. This is an expenditure coverage ratio, just comparing your general funds expenditures, and with a highly unlikely hypothetical that in the chances that you have no more revenues coming in, how long can you operate for? And you can see that you actually have a very healthy fund balance that's unrestricted, and you'll be able to cover about 9 months of the year in that situation. And the GFOA recommends no less than 2 months, or ideally 2 to 4 months. But there's nothing to be concerned here. This summarizes your GAN limit. I think these are the GAN limits for the current year and the prior year, and also the amounts that were subject to the GAN limit. This is from your staff report from when you did appoint that the GAN limit. Our procedures in terms of the agreed upon procedures that we perform are mainly to review management's calculation and kind of do some 5 or 6 procedures to make sure that the current year beginning balance will match last year's ending balance. You included the override correctly. You applied the correct adjustment factors that were published by the state price and population annual report that they issue. Other than that, we don't necessarily go further than that. These are a trend of your annual pension contributions. CalPERS is continuously increasing your contribution requirements as they try to scale up their discount rate. They don't want to kind of increase it all at once, so they're gradually increasing it to cover their plan assets so that you have enough money to cover retiree costs. We don't see this changing in the future. They have said that they will, as they de-risk the plan, they will have increases in the contribution rates. It's something that you probably will need to, and I'm sure management has alerted you about. The money, putting money in the Section 115 trust is something that's in the right. We send other clients do the same thing. This is a status, funded status of your pension plan. Since you're in a cost-sharing plan, this is may not necessarily reflect what's in your most recent funded valuations. What GASB 68 requires is that you pick up a proportion of the total plan liability and also the total plan fiduciary net position. So you're kind of taking a fraction and kind of calculating a number that's based on an older valuation report. This is done because as part of auditing standards, we require an audit report from CalPERS, and getting a timely audit report done on a most recent valuation is not possible. So they use older information to kind of projectialize. And comparing, it's similar, but you'll probably see a slight difference if you do try to compare it to your funding valuation. Otherwise, the increase noted is mainly, as I discussed before, is the change in the discount rate, which is causing that increase there. This is a sensitivity that's included in your financial statements, pretty much kind of emphasizing that this number is an estimate, and the biggest assumption in this number is your discount rate. Just a slight difference of 1% up or down is going to cause a big swing in that number. So when you look at that number, you have to kind of take into perspective that, whether that discount rate is reasonable. State-wise, everybody accepts what CalPERS is using as their discount rate. So at least when you're looking from one agency to another agency, it's consistent. But otherwise, their trend is to slightly, as they de-risk the plan, they're going to use a lower and lower discount rate. This is your trend of town's annual contributions. So this just includes how much have you been contributing to the plan, which includes your pay-as-you-go, retiree health premium benefits that you're paying, and also the amount that you're contributing to your Section 115 trust. So that's a pretty much healthy trend that you're kind of putting more in there. This is your OPEB funded status. So you actually have a good sign here that your unfunded liability is going down. And this just means that because you're putting more money into the trust, there's more assets to offset the liability. Also, the actuary, when you do fund your plan, they have an argument to use a lower discount rate when they measure a higher discount rate to measure your liability. So that's also one of the things that's causing your unfunded liability to go down. This is a sensitivity disclosure regarding the discount rate in regards to the OPEB plan. So similarly, 1%. You can see it's not as significant as it is with pension, just because with pension you're dealing with such larger numbers. But that's actually it. And then we also have in OPEB, there's an additional sensitivity disclosure requirement regarding the healthcare trend rate. The healthcare trend rate pretty much describes that the actuary makes an assumption of how much healthcare costs are going to go up year to year. So they make an assumption in your valuation report. They're using a healthcare trend rate from 7.5 for some years in the future to 5% later in the future. But however, if they used a slightly lower healthcare trend increase, that would result in a smaller liability. However, if they use a higher healthcare cost trend rate, it would result in a much higher liability. So that's another disclosure that's in your financial statements. They don't really have a disclosure requirement for the combination of the both with the discount rate and the healthcare trend rate, but it's something that maybe with fractions or ratios you can project. Going over the most, interesting point of a presentation is our required communications, which really is not. So this is also responsibilities under U.S. government auditing standards, and pretty much it just says that the document that you're looking at is management's document. We don't take responsibility of that document necessarily. We take responsibility for that 1 page or 2-3 pages that are the opinion, and that's pretty much what we are doing. Is we are performing our audit procedures, we're evaluating internal controls, we're ensuring that the financial statements are correct in all material respects and disclosures are complete and accurate. However, that document still belongs to management, as described in this slide. Management is responsible for compliance, developing internal controls to make sure they're in compliance, and also that the financial statements are fairly presented. And we do get a letter from management that says this and acknowledges this, and also that they provided us all information, told us everything before we issue our report. Independence, so as part of the audit, we are responsible to make sure that we're independent. We're not the ones who are developing numbers and auditing them at the same time. We do provide assistance as needed, so we do help draft the financial statements, but we do that under the direction of management. So we do obtain groupings, we ask them to review the document before and take responsibility for that document. Timing of the audit, I guess the timing went very well. It was nothing that delayed our audit. We issued everything correctly and timely. Just going over some of the new pronouncements that were in effect this year. So we had GASB 75, GASB 81, 85, and 86. And simply, the GASB 75 is the only one that was applicable to the town this year, and that is the GASB that changed the OPEB disclosure and reporting requirement. The others were talk about the disclosure requirements when you have debt refundings and some clarification on previously issued GASB pronouncements. The most significant estimates in your financial statements that we have this year are same like last year, are your OPEB, your pension, useful lives of capital assets, and also your allowance for uncollectible accounts, which normally is very small, just because I don't think you have much receivables, and normally in the town I think there's not a lot of problematic customers, but it is an estimate that's included in your financials. Here's a listing of your significant disclosures, which are Note 1, which talks about your significant accounting policies. How do you account for different things that are used to develop your numbers on the financials? What are your significant policies for vacation, sick leave, and such? What's your capital assets policy? Those are all in Note 1. Cash investments is very significant. Tells you your breakdown of how much you've invested in, LAIF versus how much is in the PARS trusts and how much is in cash and liquid assets. Your defined benefit pension plan is a very lengthy note that talks about all your assumptions that are used in developing the numbers, the plan benefits that are being offered, and also what were the deferred outflows and inflows that kind of resulted from changes in your net pension liability. And also your OPEB is another lengthy note this year, probably 3 times as long compared to last year. Difficulties, we had no difficulties dealing with management or anything else in the audit, which we're happy to report. There were some adjustments and reclassification entries, but nothing very significant, and management has posted all adjustments. Sometimes with immaterial adjustments, management may decide that they do not want to record it. However, all entries that we propose have been recorded and reflected in the financial statements. No risks or exposures were identified. Legal matters, potential liabilities are disclosed in the financial statements correctly. We're pleased to report, again, no disagreements with management, and also we didn't identify any material weaknesses in internal controls. We found that the town does have segregation of duties where it's significant. Everybody does a little bit else, or there are checks and balances that are in place. If we did find anything very material, we would be disclosing it too. And this is just communicate that we have obtained a letter from management that's taking responsibility for the documents and providing some other representations regarding that information that we got during the audit. And we're not aware of any consultations that management may have had with other third parties. Sometimes when we have disagreements or when auditors may disagree with management may decide to get a third opinion from another auditor or another expert. This is only in maybe disagreements with accounting treatment of things. We are not aware of any such communications. Other than the engagement letter and the management representation letter, no other communications have been made, other than our audit opinion, of course. No material uncertainties are existing in terms of whether the town will continue to exist in a year. You have a very healthy fund balance, and we have no concerns about that. No fraud or illegal acts were identified or disclosed to us as part of the audit, which we're happy to report. Lastly, I just want to go over these. This is a listing of the new accounting standards. We work with management to make sure that they're implemented. I'll be happy to go over any of them that you want. The most significant ones that are coming up are clarifications on fiduciary activities. This is some clarification that has kind of a lot of things have come up while we've been implementing the new OPEB standard as well as the new pension standards is your pension trusts and OPEB trusts, those Section 115 trusts. They're a bit out of your hands in terms of they're held by a third party, and GASB 84 will clarify whether they actually need to be reported or not reported. And then the other significant one that's coming up is leases, which changes the accounting treatment for how you deal with capital leases or operating leases, or even if you lease something from someone, or if you lease something to somebody else, like if you have an office building that you're renting out, how do you treat that? Other than that, everything else, we don't believe it's that significant to the town. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. However, I think that concludes my presentation, and thank you again for allowing me to present and allowing us to provide audit services to the town.
Thank you.
Sure.
It was maybe one of the calmest presentations about our pension liability that I've heard in a long time.
Okay. Okay.
So thank you.
Sure.
Questions from the council? No, thank you very much. Also, thank you to our team that continues to keep our finances in great working order. I frankly don't worry about the hands that are taking care of all of our resources. So thank you all very much for doing that every year.
Mayor, if I just may on that, certainly want to acknowledge the efforts of our team, Finance Director Maria Ojeda, and our financial analysts. This is the first time we're introducing Celia King in her capacity, Eddie and Priya, and our whole team, because the CAFR is a compilation of how we actually did, not only with our budget compliance, but it's also how does the organization stay in conformance and compliance with the various policies and procedures that we have in place to running with it. And you certainly can see why our staff, they certainly have a few things that our friends at GFOA keep finding for them to do and spend more time on. But it really takes a team effort, and it is also an analysis of our adherence to our own internal procedures, instructions, budget. And I think you find that we've now had recognized award-winning budgets and CAFRs for a number of years, and that does not happen by accident. That takes a significant amount of work to ensure that we're in compliance with those accepted governmental procedures, and they do take work. There are a number of agencies that don't choose to go through that process because of that. But it really is a testament to the team and the staff, and I just want to acknowledge that. And if it's the nicest thing, when you meet an auditor, it's always nice to be unmodified. So it's a kind of an odd thing to reflect, but that's one of the nicest things that'll be said to us today.
And if that's the report, you can come back anytime.
Sure. No
Thank you,
problem.
Mr. Desai.
Sure. Thanks, sir.
Next up, we have one public hearing tonight on Community Development Block Grant Program. Nathan, I think this is you.
It is. Thank you very much. This is one of the rare public hearings that the Town Council hears that does not require any vote or action tonight by the Town Council. This is the first of two required public hearings to consider a potential application for the federal program, the Community Development Block Grant, referred to as CDBG. So staff was recently made aware of a published notice of funding availability. Seeing this was a good opportunity, we've started the process of exploring this application by having this first informational public hearing this evening. So the first hearing is mainly meant to explain the state-administered CDBG program. It is a federal program that is then administered through each state's housing department. And if the council is in general agreement to proceed, then another public hearing will be held in January that would authorize the town manager to submit an application on behalf of the town. So to summarize briefly, there are 3 criteria that the town needs to meet in order to qualify for CDBG funding. So first, it has to benefit low to moderate income households. It needs to, a project would need to eliminate blight or to meet urgent community development needs. So because Yountville doesn't have much blight, doesn't have any blight, and doesn't have any urgent development needs, the town is really only eligible for programs that would be related to benefiting low to moderate income households. If this sounds familiar, it's because the town did submit an application last year for CDBG funds. A hearing was held on October 3rd, and Andrea Clark was here from the City of Napa Housing Division. She gave a presentation, a pretty lengthy presentation explaining the background of CDBG and all of the different outcomes and programs that the CDBG program can fund. Last year, the town applied for $500,000 in order to help fund the owner-occupied rehab program. Unfortunately, we were not awarded any funds. The state has a scoring system that helps determine which communities get awarded funds, and we barely lost out. Without hyperbole, it was missing out like 7 points is what we needed on their scoring sheet. And part of that's partly due to the relatively high income of the majority of our population being located in the part of the state that we're located in. But we also were barely lost out because there were other communities in the state with larger projects that demonstrated greater need. But because we only just barely missed out, we felt like it's important to try again when we saw this newly released notice of funding availability. So staff is recommending that we apply for another $500,000 to continue programming of our owner-occupied rehab program. The owner-occupied rehab program started as being funded through the Cal Home and Home programs, and this program has already helped 25 different properties in town. The majority of them have been in the mobile home parks, and for those qualifying town residents that own their homes, they can apply for this program, and they get a zero interest loan to go and rehab their homes. It's a great program that we've already seen members of our community take advantage of. It is still active. We are still receiving applications. We processed one just yesterday. Just right outside the door on the table next to the statue of our friend George Yount, there is a stack of applications. Highly recommend people take them, share them with those that you think may be interested. There's also going to be, we also advertise at our various posting locations across town, at the deli, online as well. So one of the reasons the CDBG program, I just want to add this last thing before I wrap up. The CDBG program is really nice for this owner-occupied rehab program we have, because Home and Cal Home adds a restriction that says after you do the rehab for the home, it can't cost more than $500,000, which really hurts the majority of the properties here in Yountville. It's just simply the property value of most properties in town, even before the rehab value, is often more than $500,000. That's why the majority of the applications we've seen have been with manufactured homes. The CDBG program does not have that restriction. There's no restriction on what the post-rehab value can be. So that's one of the reasons we're really excited about this, and we recommend that we submit an application. So if we do submit this application, it would be in January, and we'd likely hear the results if we're awarded or not sometime in April. And then if we are awarded, they'll tell us in April. Then it'll take a few months for them to write the contracts, and because we're working with the state. And the earliest we'd have access to the funds would probably be in late 2019. So with that, this is a public hearing. I'm here to just simply say that this program exists, ask questions. And then if there's general consensus of the council, no vote necessary, we can come back in January with an actual application.
Thank you. Questions of the staff report? Councilmember Durham.
It states that the income can be no more than 80% of median income of the area involved.
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, on each application that we actually included a chart on the second page and it's all based on Napa County. So for a family of 4, the maximum household income, in order to be eligible, the income needs to be less than $73,000. For a household of 2, it needs to be less than $59,000. But we have a chart for household size 1 through 8 and all their respective salaries or income levels.
And so and these are all owner occupied?
They have to be owner occupied.
Okay. And then 25 properties in town have already benefited from us applying for that grant before. How many applications do you have now?
So the 25 have been part of this program that has been funded with the Home and CalHome grants. CDBG, we're saying, would be a great one to add more money into the pot.
Okay.
And there's currently 1 live application, and so we'd love to get more.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Nate. So I have one question that's mine and one question I received from a resident today. So the question that's mine is, I noticed that we are not trying to use any of this for home ownership assistance, and you had a good explanation when we talked about it, so I'm just wondering if you could give us a brief of that now, since we're looking at TOT dollars and it's on everyone's radar.
Sure. One of the ways communities use CDBG funds is to offer a down payment assistance program to assist those first-time home buyers in making that huge down payment that exists. This was talked a little bit last year in Andrea's presentation in October, and what was mentioned there is that this isn't the most feasible program in Yountville because of the high sale prices for Yountville properties. We would need to grant someone close to $300,000 or up to even $500,000 in order for them to make a down payment that would then make the house affordable based on what their income level is. It needs to be affordable so they can make whatever monthly payments are needed there. And so that's one of the reasons why that would be a challenge for Yountville. Second one is we go back to that score sheet that the state looks at to see who gets awarded. And one of the things that they consider is the feasibility or the chance of success for the program. And one of the reasons we are saying, hey, let's apply it to this program that already exists is we can already show a track record of success already in a program that's in the works. If it's proposing a new program like a down payment assistance, they would look at the feasibility of it and see if it is likely to be successful, if the town would be offering $300,000 to $500,000 each. So for those 2 reasons, staff recommends that we stick with applying with just that one.
Thank you. And then the resident question is there any of this money that could be used for water or wastewater infrastructure capital?
Right. So CDBG funds is meant for, and I see Steve leaning forward if he wants to add to it. So the funds that, the reason we're applying to just the to benefit low and moderate income households is because of those 3 goals of CDBG funds. First, to eliminate blight. Yountville doesn't have any blight. Or second, to meet urgent community development needs. Yountville, compared to other communities in California, doesn't have any urgent community development need. There may be others that could do projects like that in order to eliminate blight, but because Yountville doesn't have those, really we stand the best chance of those programs tied to moderate and low income households.
I just want to amplify for those that may not be familiar with the Community Development Block Grant. Typically, the funds are used to support infrastructure and development opportunities in areas that have lower income and or demonstrated blight. Many communities have census tracts that, based on the income level, will show that they meet those criteria. Yountville doesn't have a census tract that comes close. And I say that because the other purpose is, one, we're not when you look at eligibility, public sector infrastructure in a utility enterprise fund by nature isn't something that, how do I want to phrase it? You know, we have the capacity to generate the rates to pay for the service. So these are generally going to be rejected summarily at the community development block grant, where a community might have success on a utility, but the funding's going to go to overhaul or start a utility where maybe they're having to eliminate septic systems and put a system in place. But in all fairness to the program, this is not, our utility enterprise funds are really not eligible for most grant programs because we're not a system in need. We run and manage our system, and in many ways, the 40s and the 50s, when we saw a lot of grants under the Clean Water Act and EPA changes, those programs don't exist anymore. So, I mean, those were put in place, and a lot of communities were able to get funding to start treatment plants to improve water treatment quality, and that's just not the case in our utility operations.
Any other questions? I'll go ahead and formally open the public hearing. Any comments, questions from the public? I'll close the public hearing and see if we can give you general consensus. That's what you would like. Is there a nodding of heads that yes, this is a good idea?
Yes.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, we're going to move on to our first administrative regular item, which is the draft general plan discussion. And just to make sure that I don't forget to recognize that we did receive one email from Eric Knight offering some feedback on this item that's been included, shared with the council. We'll start there and then go with our report.
Good evening. Tonight we are excited to share with you the first public draft of the general plan. And our goal of tonight is to receive your feedback on direction on any modifications that should be made to that plan so that we can release the next public draft. And with me tonight is Christina O'Rourke, and she's been a consultant that's been working with us for the past 2 years. And she and I will give the presentation to you, and we're available to answer questions and walk you through the goal for tonight's meeting. So Christine, I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Sandra. That on. Good evening, Mayor Dunbar and members of the council. It's great to be with you tonight. And tonight we have an introduction to the draft general plan. So on the agenda, I want to give you a brief overview of what a general plan is, and then I'll talk about how the process we went through to create the general plan. We'll talk a little bit about how the general plan responds to the community needs and desires that have been identified through our public process, as well as by the town advisory group. We will talk, I'll then turn it over to Sandra, who will kind of go over some potential change areas that might benefit from new development or redevelopment. And then I'll take it back. I'll discuss briefly the feedback that we've already received from the community, from our boards, as well as from the individual council members when the staff met with them, and how the changes that we've proposed to the draft from that feedback. And then we will ask for council review and direction to make any modifications to the draft general plan. So a general plan is a document that's going to be ultimately approved by the council. It is what we like to say is the constitution of Yountville, and it's going to be the preeminent planning document that will articulate a 20-year vision that we've received from the community. It provides a blueprint that prioritizes future growth and development, infrastructure and service priorities. It contains a lot of goals and policies that the town staff, as well as the town's boards and commissions and the town council, will use to help evaluate new development proposals as well as capital improvement projects. And there are a lot of programs in the draft general plan that essentially act as a work plan. Those are, we've kind of identified them all in the appendix, and that provides our work plan. It identifies priorities of how the programs will be implemented and helps to guide the future budget priorities as well. So who are we planning for? Well, first of all, of course, we're planning for our residents, both our long-term residents and our new residents, our full-time residents as well as part-time residents. We are planning for businesses, we're planning for visitors. The general plan will help to identify how visitors are going to get to Yountville, how they'll move around town, where they're going to shop and dine and stay. We're planning for future residents as well as perhaps children of existing residents and other species. We want to make sure that there's habitat and we preserve the climate so that those species can continue to thrive. So what are we planning for? We've identified 5 major themes, and first and foremost is to preserve quality of life. We've heard this really loud and clear from the community as well as from the town advisory group that we want to maintain the peace and quiet of Yountville, the charm of the town, and particularly the sense of community. We want to maintain community character, both in the built environment and the architectural integrity and historic resources of the town and the scenic resources. We want to ensure economic sustainability, both for the town finances and for the local economy. We need the plan to respond to regional and state issues, including traffic congestion, air quality, the need for affordable housing. And then finally, the plan has to prepare for environmental hazards like wildfire, flooding, earthquake, and a changing climate. So our goals for the update, and we kind of reviewed these in the beginning of the process, and it's a good time to kind of check in now on what our goals were and have we actually completed those goals. So first we wanted to create a plan that expresses the values and vision of the community. We wanted to address potential housing opportunities, even though there is a housing element that was adopted in 2015. We wanted to make sure that we looked at all potential housing opportunities, infill sites, and also potential change areas where there may be an opportunity for new development or redevelopment. We wanted to update the goals, policies, and programs. And for this, we started with the 1992 plan, and we reviewed in detail with the town advisory group all of the policies that are in that plan, and we kind of went through it and identified what was working, what we wanted to keep, what we needed to revise, and what had already been completed or was no longer relevant so that we could delete those policies. So we started with the 1992 plan, and then we added to it from there. And then finally, we wanted to be sure that we were hoping to have a concise, easy to read, and attractive document. So that, for example, if we had somebody new to town who was thinking about living here, moving here, or purchasing property, they could pick this up. They could have a really good understanding of what the town is, how the town is expected to evolve over the next 20 years. They could even look at it perhaps to look at their potential piece of property that they're looking to purchase and identify what hazards might be there or how they could potentially redevelop their property. So we started the draft, creating the draft general plan. We went through 3 different phases. So our first phase started in 2017, in the first half of 2017. We had 5 speaker series presentations where we invited the community and discussed different topics. And these topics ranged from transportation, how we're going to get around town, to preserving our agricultural resources, and striking a balance between preserving a quality of life for our community and the needs of having a tourist industry. And then we moved into phase 2, and this began in June of 2017 when the council appointed a town advisory group. And we had 10 meetings with that town advisory group, where, as I mentioned earlier, we started off by reviewing the existing general plan, and then we kind of went chapter by chapter, where we identified different issues, challenges facing the town, and started creating the new policies and programs that we could include in the draft general plan. Along that, during those 10 meetings, we also had 3 community workshops. The first workshop was pretty broad in scope, and then we started narrowing down where we were really looking at specific land use options with the community. We wanted to be sure that we included our veterans, so we had a presentation at the Veterans Home. We also were checking in as we went through this process with the town's boards and commissions. We had 3 meetings with the ZDRB, a meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission, and 3 town council meetings, including 2 study sessions. So during these meetings, we were talking about land use issues as well as kind of broad goals for the general plan update, as well as specific issues that were coming up and how we might address those issues in the general plan. Then we moved into phase 3 that started in October when we released our draft general plan. And we started off with a community open house in October, and we had a little presentation very similar to what I'm giving you tonight. And then we asked our community members to go around the room where we had stations set up, one on each chapter of the general plan, and talked about the different policies and got their feedback on those specific policies. We also then went to the boards and commissions. So we went to the Zoning and Design Review Board, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and the Arts Commission to review the plan and to get their feedback on the draft. So the general plan has 7 elements that are required by state law. The first one is the land use element, and that identifies the different land use designations as well as the development intensity and in general what kind of uses are allowed within each land use designation. The housing chapter, the housing element, is an element that was adopted by the council back in 2015. That element is good for 8 years going through 2023. So we didn't want to make any changes to the housing element, and we did not make any changes. What we did include is a chapter with an introduction to the housing element where we talked about how housing was discussed through this update process. The circulation element was also updated in 2015, so we didn't need to make very many changes to that element. The open space and conservation elements were combined in one chapter. We also have a safety element which discusses hazards in the environment like flooding, fire, earthquakes, and how those are to be addressed. And then finally, the noise element, which identifies noise sources in the community and identifies standards that can be used in order to protect both new occupants in new buildings and existing residents from unwanted noise and inappropriate noise levels. So the state law allows the town to have optional elements as well in a general plan, and the draft general plan includes 3 optional elements that are right up front in the plan, and this is by design from the direction from the town advisory group. So we have a chapter on history, we have one on community and quality of life, and another on economic sustainability. And then we also have identified a sustainability theme because that's very important moving forward. And we discussed that in the introduction. And the sustainability theme is identified throughout the plan with this leaf icon, which we've placed next to any policy or program that is sustainability related. So how does the general plan respond to those community needs and desires that were identified both through our public process and by the town advisory group? Well, first and foremost, it preserves the quality of life, and this was very important to the TAG members. There is a policy that was added that prioritizes residents' needs in governmental decision-making and delivery of services. The plan also contains policies that maintain good neighbor practices in regard to parking, litter, noise, privacy, etc. It continues to restrict short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. It promotes arts and culture and the existing art program. It maintains and expands parks and pathways, including completion of the Hopper Creek pathway. And it continues to provide the recreation and cultural programs and events that are very important to Yountville residents. The plan also maintains community character, first in the built environment. So it preserves historic buildings and resources. There are a couple of new programs one to update the historic resources inventory, and another to consider identifying a process as well as standards to evaluate redevelopment of properties that have historic buildings. It also requires new development to be of a scale, intensity, and design that integrates with the immediate neighborhood, the town as a whole, and the natural surroundings. This is a new policy. It requires new development to contribute to walkability and an active streetscape, especially along Washington Street and in the commercial areas, and it encourages a mix of uses on Washington Street and continues the policy to require residential scale buildings on the east side of Washington Street. The plan also maintains the community character of the scenic resources. So it requires new development to integrate natural beauty in its development plans and to include landscape buffers, which help to soften the transition between built areas and the natural environment that is surrounding that development. It protects existing and adds new view corridors, and the plan we've clarified it so that it discusses what a view corridor is, and we're also adding some pictures of the new view corridors to make that really clear. The plan maintains the rural street design in Old Town, so it does not, so it continues to not require street sidewalks and curbs, and it maintains the historic character of that area of town, and it continues to have a policy to not annex prime farmland and to preserve the agricultural uses on lands that are adjacent to the town. The plan also ensures economic sustainability, so it supports development of responsible visitor-serving businesses while, and this is important, to tries to strike a balance between having the visitor serving businesses while preserving the livability of the town for the residents. It also encourages visitors and employees to use sustainable modes of travel, like to use to bicycle or to take public transit or to take electric vehicles and to reduce their vehicle trips. And then finally, it encourages workforce housing to support local businesses' needs for employees. This is really important. We're seeing this more and more in the Bay Area where housing is very expensive. It's very difficult to get those employees and to keep the doors open. The plan also responds to regional and state issues. So as I mentioned earlier, it's the housing element. We haven't really touched the housing element, so we're maintaining the previously identified housing sites that are in that element, and we've kind of placed an extra emphasis on encouraging workforce and senior housing at the Veterans Home. That was something that we heard during our community workshop, so we wanted to place an extra emphasis on that. The plan continues to work with the Veterans Home to improve circulation, including the path that connects the Veterans Home to the town, and to maintain shared use agreements. It has policies to work with MVTA to improve transit and the bicycle pedestrian network. And then finally, it requires new development to conform with a whole host of state and federal regulations, including the building codes, regulations for air quality, for dealing with stormwater on property, and protecting special status species, including threatened and endangered species. And then finally, the plan prepares for environmental hazards and a changing climate. So you'll notice as you go through the plan, there are a lot of maps, and those are helping to identify hazard zones. So there's hazard zones for flooding, for fire, for earthquake, for noise and air quality. So those help staff to identify where, if there's any new development, what kind of hazards might be there present on those properties. And then that way staff can at least use that kind of as a first pass to start to identify that properties that are going to have to mitigate those impacts. The plan also encourages earthquake retrofits, especially for those properties that still have unreinforced masonry buildings. Maintains the drainage system so that we can mitigate future flooding. And it also considers extending the flood wall to protect the church-owned property and any future residential development on that property. It promotes fire-safe practices and defensible spaces so that is to reduce flammable material around buildings and roadways. It prepares for increased incidences of drought, storms, and extreme heat days, which we are expecting will occur with climate change. And it incorporates the town's climate action plan to help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, so now I will turn this over to Sandra to talk about the potential change areas.
So I'm going to walk you through the 4 potential change areas that are included in the draft general plan in the land use chapter. And those 4 areas are the commercial area to the west of Washington Street in the downtown, 2 vacant parcels on Humboldt Street, 6 residential parcels on North Washington, and the Vista Condominiums property. But before I do so, I wanted to share some of the background of all changes that were explored during this general plan update process. And we know that the general plan is expected to have about a 20-year life. And so it was important that we explored with the community, the town advisory group or the TAG, the boards and commissions, and yourself, all of the different potential land use changes that might be possible. And our goal is to devise goals, policies, and programs that express the vision of the community now and into the future. And so one of the things we looked at were future housing opportunities. And this is important because, as you've heard tonight, the housing element is good until 2023, but we will be updating it sometime in 2022. And this has been a very public process where we've had a chance to hear from the community, and it's important to get a feeling on all of these housing issues. And that housing element will not only be updated starting in 2022, but potentially 1 or 2 more times over the course of this general plan. So we first looked really at the French Laundry garden property, and it's identified in the housing element as a housing opportunity site for affordable housing to meet the town's minimum regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA. And the parcel is zoned primary commercial, even though it is used as agriculture. So we believe it's likely to develop into a non-residential use over the course of the plan. And under California's no net loss rules for affordable housing, it would require the town to look at other housing opportunities and potentially rezone land in order to meet our minimum affordable housing obligation numbers. So with that in mind, we looked at several different parcels, one of which was the 33-acre North agricultural parcel, just adjacent to Crossroads Condominiums and off Yountville Crossroad. And this property is zoned agriculture, and it's used as vineyard production. And under the current zoning ordinance, it could be developed with a single-family residence, with farm worker housing, a winery, or other agricultural processing facility. As part of this general plan update process, we explored whether some or all of the property might be suitable for lodging, for residential, or a mix of lodging and residential. And none of these options gained support through this process. At the TAG, they recommended rejecting these concepts on a 4 or 5 vote. The ZDRB supported it, but they had recommended scaling it back and having more compact development immediately adjacent to other developed areas at Crossroads condos. And there was divided community support at the first 2 workshops, but at the last workshop, it was a resounding rejection of these ideas. So these are, the North agricultural parcel is off the table. It will remain zoned agriculture, and there is a policy in the general plan that addresses the property zoned ag, and it provides to preserve ag zone land in town for ag uses. And that applies to 2 properties, the one we're discussing, the North ag parcel, but also the Villaggio vineyard. And so we'll need to look elsewhere to satisfy the town's housing needs and obligations. So we looked at the Catholic Church property, or the vineyard that is behind the Catholic Church property. And like the French Laundry Garden, it's not zoned ag, it's zoned mixed residential, and that allows mixed residential uses. And it too is identified in the town's housing element to meet some of the town's affordable housing need. But it does have development constraints since it's located within the floodplain. And the questions that we asked during the general plan update process related to its future development potential and maybe some, and also included options with Bella Vista Park to the north. And the question was asked whether the senior housing overlay should be removed to provide additional options for families. But there wasn't support for these two options, and so there are no changes to Bella Vista Park or the senior housing overlay or to the Catholic Church property. And it'll remain as mixed residential, and as Christine mentioned in her presentation, we've included a new policy in the general plan to evaluate whether the flood wall should be extended to further facilitate the residential development of that property. But otherwise, there are no changes to that Catholic Church property. We also explored options at the Veterans Home to meet some of the town's housing needs on that campus. And this idea gained support. And this preference to explore options at the Veterans Home before resorting to looking at that North Agricultural parcel are included in the narrative sections. And they provide a history and provide sort of backup and support for when we go to update that housing element in 2022. And the last area that we looked at was Toyon Terrace. And we explored whether this neighborhood could be developed at a higher floor area ratio, or FAR, and that would allow the residents to build additions to their homes, to allow families to grow in their homes. And while there was conceptual support when we first started discussing this issue, once we started crunching the numbers, we found that on average, the houses in that development have about 900 square feet of development potential. So the TAG had recommended that these policies not be included in the draft general plan that is before you. So I think it's important to know that we explored those options as to the vacant and underdeveloped parcels in town, and that was the feedback we got. And the four change areas that I'm now going to go through with you were the only ones that really received traction to move forward. So the first one is for the west side of Washington Street, really the Vintage Estates properties. And so we explored the option of redeveloping the large parking lots that are to the north and south of the V Marketplace property. And there are policies in the general plan that would require that the development blend in with the scale and character of existing development so that it's not out of character and so that its scale doesn't overwhelm the area. There are policies to preserve view corridors, and a view corridor is really a window to view views outside the town limits, and it is a limited window rather than preserving all views of the hillsides, because development has the opportunity or the potential to block some views. There are policies that the development should contribute to the walkability of the town and its pedestrian orientation, and there are policies to provide parking, and that is not just for the parking that is lost, but for the additional parking for development that may be appropriate for those parking lots. So we looked at different ways to achieve those goals, and one is with an incentive for a floor area ratio bonus. And we have, you're all familiar with the existing floor FAR bonuses that are granted in the code for residential and office uses on commercial properties. And that allows a slight bump up in the 25% FAR. Policies in this proposed general plan would extend that to underrepresented retail and services in an effort to obtain the type of development that we've heard is desired by this community. We've also looked at allowing three-story building elements, and it's important to note that these three-story building elements would not be permitted by right, but that these policies would create an opportunity for an applicant to request a third story, provided that the project and its uses have a community benefit. And the community benefits that we've explored are affordable housing, potentially to meet the town's housing obligations on that third floor, and it is for affordable, obviously, rather than a market rate or penthouse or luxury apartment that we had heard some concern over during this update process. It's also for non-food or non-wine retail, for standalone office, or for other services. And the idea is that this third story works as an incentive to obtain desirable uses that we've heard requested by the community that are really underrepresented in town. And it's achieved through design techniques that break up the facade so that we don't have three-story vertical elements and heavy massing that's inconsistent with this community. And it's so very important to respect that Yountville aesthetic and ensure that development is compatible. So the feedback that we received along the way from the TAG was to support these policies, and is the reason these policies have moved forward in some of the way that they have. It's also been before the ZDRB on a couple of occasions, and when it was first before the ZDRB, it was a split 2-2 vote. When we most recently brought the first public draft to them, they offered support on a 3-2 vote. And the two members who were in opposition felt that the community was divided and that we had heard some pretty significant opposition to this three-story proposal. So it's now before the council for consideration on whether these policies should remain in the next draft of the general plan, whether they should be modified, or whether they should go. And so we're asking you to consider a few things. The first of which, what is the appropriate boundary for the special considerations for three-story development? And they're defined or identified in the general plan as being on the west side of Washington Street, between California Drive on the south and Humboldt Street on the north. And so that includes the Wine Train property, it includes the Villaggio Vineyard property. That vineyard property is subject to a restrictive covenant that it isn't appropriate for three-story development. It also includes the Hotel Villaggio, when on the other side, Vintage House isn't included. So there's an opportunity to scale that back if that is your preference tonight. A boundary that was discussed really with the community and with the discussion of these parking lots is between Mulberry and Humboldt. And so then when you're looking at those two parking lots, do you feel equally that they should be included in the plan? The one on the north side of V Marketplace has a very visible frontage and street presence from Washington Street, while the one on the south side is tucked behind Railway Inn, and that's the one you see here in these in the overheads, these conceptual renderings that give us some idea of what development on that parking lot might be like. We're asking whether there is sufficient detail in the general plan as to height and massing to inform what would be the next step after adoption of the general plan for the amendment of the town's zoning and design ordinances. And the information that we've included based on the feedback is to allow 3 stories provided that they're no higher than the peak of the V Marketplace roof. And that's important to note, that's the peak of the roof rather than the peak of the cupolas. It would require that the 3-story elements be stepped back and oriented toward the center of the development so that they're so that they don't have such a strong prominence, and to avoid flat vertical planes and 3-story development where it is fronting or visible from the street. So we'd like your feedback on that. And the last element we would seek your feedback on are the types of uses that are eligible for this 3-story, and the community benefits that we've identified are for affordable housing, non-food and non-wine retail, office and service uses. Is that sufficient, or should we make that a broader category or not? So that is the first of the 4 change areas. The second one is on Humboldt Street, and there are currently 2 vacant parcels on Humboldt Street that are vacant. They're about 5,000 square foot lots, and they're at the intersection of Humboldt and Jefferson, just off of Washington Street. So the general plan includes a proposed program to rezone those 2 parcels from a residential use to a commercial use. And the general plan includes a policy that would require that the 2 lots be merged so that it could support only 1 development, not 2. It would prohibit alcohol-related and restaurant uses, and this is to minimize impacts on the surrounding residential properties. So wine and food uses have different hours of use and potentially outdoor areas of use that may be inappropriate. There are policies to orient the development toward the corner and the commercial district on Washington Street with the tucking the parking behind, which is consistent with the development standards for the residential scale of the commercial zoning district, which is on the east side of the street. And the policies would require an appropriate scale and design. So the feedback we received from the TAG was a recommendation to deny this on a 4-5 vote. However, when we took it to the ZDRB, it did receive their full support. And when we took it to the community, it's received somewhat mixed support, although I believe it's more in favor than opposed to this rezoning concept. So this is another concept now before the council for consideration. And one of the suggested revisions that you will find in attachment 7 is to require that the second floor apartments be rental units, and that is to ensure that they meet a housing need of the town rather than being owner occupied or pied à terre or something that doesn't serve a day-to-day housing need. The third potential change area is North Washington Street, and the proposed program in the general plan is to consider rezoning the remaining 6 parcels on Washington that are shown shaded in the plan view map on this slide from a residential to a commercial zoning designation, or to apply an overlay district for the mixed uses. And the program is worded to consider these changes in the future rather than now. And it would allow a live, work, office, service, and non-alcohol retail in addition to the existing residential. So the idea is they're mixed uses. It's either a live, work, but there's this combination of uses. The policy addresses allowing uses within the existing structures and the existing 4 walls, or to allow redevelopment that is consistent with the Old Town character. So the feedback from the TAG was a unanimous recommendation to include these 6 parcels and the policy for these 6 parcels in the general plan, but there was mixed feedback from the community, and it's pretty evenly divided, I would say, from the last open house. And these are the last 6 residential parcels on the Washington Street commercial corridor. And so a question for you is whether, if this policy is included in the general plan, should it apply to all 6 of those parcels? Is it more appropriate to apply to the bookends on the north and south end that are immediately adjacent to commercial uses? And then if this is a policy in the general plan, would the council support the full commercial use of the properties, or is the residential element a required, an essential component? Moving on to the last of the 4 change areas is the Vista Condominiums property. And the proposed program in the general plan is to consider allowing the existing condos to add a second story. And again, this program is worded to consider it in the future rather than to allow it now, but it provides a future opportunity with greater discussion. And the idea is to give homeowners an option of adding on to their home, similar to that Toyon Terrace discussion, really to allow families to grow and to provide more affordable opportunities. So the feedback that we received from the policies in the general plan would require that the development be the scale, intensity of design that blends in with the immediate neighborhood and the natural surroundings. Oops, let me go back. And let me just share feedback with you before. Oh, let me go back. I'll just leave it on the slide. There we go. So the feedback that we received first from the TAG was on a 6-3 vote to recommend that the program apply to the inner ring only. And the idea was that the outer ring had the opportunity to impact views and the enjoyment of adjoining properties in the Washington Park neighborhood or the Heritage Estates neighborhood. And so that was the recommendation. As the policy moved through the ZDRB and the community, there was more open consideration into allowing all of the properties to go 2 stories, so it's somewhat undecided which would be appropriate at this time. And the community equally as divided on this, but it seems as if there is more support than opposition. So we're asking whether this is a policy that you'd like to see included in the general plan. Those are the 4 change areas, and those are 4 rather modest changes to the land use element. Of course, we're looking at a term of 20 years, and those really provide the only opportunity for changes from what you see now and from what the development standards and zoning ordinance are at this time. So I'm going to hand it back to Christine now to finish our presentation.
Okay, so I just wanted to go over very briefly some of the feedback that we've already received on the draft plan. So as I mentioned earlier, the plan did go to the community. We had an open house in October. And what we did was we highlighted 33 policy options, and we were trying to select a few options from all of the different chapters. And there are a lot more, of course, than 33 policies in the general plan, but we were trying to identify ones that might have some differing opinions on them, and we also were trying to select ones that might encourage some conversation around them. We had staff and consultants at all the tables, so the participants could come and ask questions and provide their feedback not only by placing red and green dots on a policy to show whether they supported or didn't support a particular policy, but also Post-it notes to provide some additional insights on that particular policy. So we had the 33 policy options. We've received up to 46 responses per policy option. That's because not everybody gave a response to all of the policy options. And those are all provided in your council packets. I'm not going to go through them. I just wanted to kind of highlight that those are in the council packet. We also had an online survey that was up for a few weeks. We used the same policy options. The only difference was that a person could indicate whether they were in support or opposed to a policy or neutral to the policy. So we actually had 3 options. And then we also were able to get a lot of written comments on each of the policy options. And for those, we received up to 44 responses per policy option. So we have almost about 100 responses on the policy options that, again, are in the council packet. We also, as I mentioned earlier, brought the draft to the various boards and commissions. And in your council packet in attachment 7, there's a matrix that identifies all of the responses and comments that we received and how staff is recommending that we revise the draft in response to those comments. So the Arts Commission provided us, for example, with 2 comments, one on one of the policies and one on a program that are related to arts and culture. So those are identified in the matrix and how staff is recommending that we revise the draft in response to those comments. So we received some comments from the Arts Commission. We also received several comments from the Zoning and Design Review Board. I think there were 9 comments, and we recommended 8 changes in response to those comments. A lot of the comments were, as no surprise, in response to land use policies, also the text that's related to land use. In particular, the Zoning Design Review Board members wanted us to clarify the development review process, especially for 3-story development in the North Washington or the west of Washington Street area, and also to kind of clarify what the development review process would be. There was also a comment and a request for us to make it clear what kind of development was allowed in the agricultural land use designation. So we did have a revised edit for that. And then the staff met with each of the council members and the mayor individually prior to this meeting to kind of get your feedback and comments on it so that we could at least address some of those comments prior to the meeting and try to make this as streamlined as possible. So we received 16 comments from the various council members and the mayor, and we made some recommended changes to those. Some of them were kind of minor. Thank you very much for catching our typos. But some of the major ones were, one, to add an executive summary. So we've included that, and that would appear before the introduction. We also had a comment to clarify a view corridor, what a view corridor is. So we added some more text around clarifying, explaining what that is. Also a recommendation to include some photographs in the map, in the open space map that identifies the view corridors so that we can actually kind of see what a view corridor is and make that really clear. We also added a discussion of home-based businesses in the economic sustainability chapter. And then we also deleted some of the detail that we had provided on the Veterans Home Facilities Master Plan, specifically what kind of housing was expected to be developed and the sites. And that's because there has been, subsequent to the facilities plan being adopted, there's been a lot of discussion, apparently, I understand, recently, and that those details may change. So we didn't want to kind of wed the plan to specifically to those kind of details in the facilities plan. So we've deleted some of that detail. Staff also has made some 11 changes that we're recommending. These are very minor in nature. They're just for clarification and to revise some typos. So I think that's yes, and the individual council members. Okay, so I just want to kind of give you a brief update on the timeline now where we are. So tonight we're doing the review. We're hoping that we can get through the review of the plan tonight, but if necessary, we'll schedule, of course, another meeting or as many meetings that we need to get through the entire document. The draft environmental impact report was released, I think it was last week or the week before. And so there's a 45-day review period for the draft EIR, so that will go through December 14th. And then the environmental consultant will take all of those comments that have been received on the draft EIR, also from state agencies that we might receive comments, and then do the response to comments and finalize the environmental impact report, which will be released on February 28th. At that point, we'll be able to take the draft plan and all of the changes that the council makes tonight and in any subsequent meetings, and we'll take the draft plan and the final EIR to the Zoning and Design Review Board for their review, and then they would make a recommendation to the council to adopt the plan with any changes that they might recommend to be made. And then right now, so we have our schedule is to bring the final draft general plan to the council on April 2nd with the final environmental impact report for general plan adoption and certification of the EIR. So getting back to tonight, what we are asking of the council is, of course, to review the draft general plan. We're suggesting that the council do it kind of chapter by chapter. We're asking that the council review the draft text as well as the staff's recommended edits that are in that attachment 7. Of course, the council should consider whether the draft plan appropriately is responding and incorporating the public input that we have received. That's also in your packet. And we're asking the council to propose any modifications to the text as well as the goals and policies and programs. You can, of course, provide specific modifications, but if there's just, you can give us some general, if it's a little bit more complicated than that, you can just give us some general direction and then we can draft the proposed changes to the text later and bring that back to the council for review. So that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yes.
So let me clarify. When you say go through chapter by chapter, we're 2 years into this process. So how detailed are you expecting us to get, since we've had that slide you had up there about the 10 public workshops and the 3 this and the 5 that? You've gotten a lot of our feedback, all of our feedback already. So are we talking about this document that has the wordsmithing? Are we talking about the 4 action items that you, Chandra, you brought up? Both of those, I assume. Beyond that, we're not trying to rewrite this plan tonight, correct?
Well, we're looking for your feedback as to whether you believe this document respond to that community feedback, that you're in support of the goals, policies, and programs. So we do want sort of an overall feeling, chapter by chapter. You may notice typos or things that need to be changed, but really the focus should be on that attachment 7 and staff's recommended changes, as well as that community feedback. Those are guiding documents here tonight, but we don't want to restrict you to those. You can look at the whole chapter.
So I asked that question because I don't want it to seem like if we go through a chapter and say we have no additional comments, that we're not taking that seriously. We've had extensive opportunities
Yes.
to engage. We put our residents, to work for a long time and many, many hours. So I think we've got to document that there are going to be some people that say, well, where's my idea, or where's my support or my opposition to that idea? Realize that we put a lot of opinions together to get here. And you do have our feedback already. So I'll just kind of start there.
We sure hope that's the case, Mayor. So,
And
yes.
It's possible that we have vetted all that we really need to, other than what you've given us recently.
Great.
With the edits from the last couple weeks, I'd say.
Yes.
And Mayor and Council, if I may on that, I realize we just giving you a very detailed overview, but it's also important to make sure that you all understand that. And really the crux is, where do you want to go? And we believe that you're into a limited number of areas based on your feedback and the community discussion, and really that would be where we would encourage you to spend the time. However, we want to make sure that it's reflecting your policy. So that's why I'm suggesting we look at it, but we don't have an intent. Be really clear, our intent was to give a comprehensive overview, let you provide feedback and direction. When we talk about, we're not talking reading page by page, edit by edit. We're looking for your big picture items, or if there is something that you feel strongly. So, I mean, that's the approach here, because we do think we're close to wrapping it up, but it's important that it reflects the council and the community input that you'll be hearing, you have been hearing throughout the process and tonight.
And I want to make sure that people understand the council is respecting the resident participation in this, the Arts Commission, the ZDRB, Parks and Rec, and all of those opinions. There might be a couple sentences in here that I don't personally think are exactly right, but I'm going to accept the fact that this is an accumulation of opinions and thought. And I'm sure we all are respecting that process. So I want us to use our time where we need to and not go over typos and minor edits that don't really carry much relevance, frankly, after the kind of public process we've gone through. So certainly I welcome council questions and feedback. Do you want to start with the 4 areas you highlighted as it relates to the, see what you're calling the built environment? Or do you want to go literally chapter by chapter and we say chapter 1, everybody okay or not, and then somebody highlight what they want to highlight? Is that the way you want to do it?
I think going chapter by chapter gives everyone an opportunity to give their opinion if they have one as to changes or modifications. And if we find that that isn't working, we can go back to attachment 7 as well as the 4 change areas. And we'll also want to be sure to receive public comment tonight, Mayor.
Yes, but you want our feedback first. Yeah. And we're not finished with the public comment. I know we're getting close. We have a couple more months, but all right. So we're starting with introduction. Any comments about introduction? The introduction chapter? That would be the first 15 pages. We heard already about an executive summary being added. Any other thoughts about this first section?
I called Sandra this morning. I had a lot of little edits that I passed along.
And what does that mean? Do you mean,
For example,
like typo type things, or?
Well, it wasn't a typo. For example, it said things like George Yount received a Spanish land grant, and it was a Mexican
So
land
factual
grant.
corrections.
Right.
Okay. But, and more in terms of policy, I think, is kind of what we're focusing on here. Steve, is that correct?
I would say yes, but if there's something somebody feels strong about in terms of an edit or something you need to go
Well, that's chapter
And
2.
those have already been noted, since they
Yeah,
were
any
showed,
factual
and they're not-
corrections that need to be
they
made, you're
just
going to make them.
happen. Yeah, they just
Right.
happen.
So chapter 1, any comments? And if I hear no,
I do have another comment. On administering the plan, chapter 1, section 8. It talks about must, shall, should, may, and it really relates to, like, these are all, this is a plan. So this is something that, the whole document, it could occur in the future. So I'm looking for a little more clarification around, it's going to happen or it may happen, and what differentiates that in terms of specific programs we have. For example, you mentioned that part of the East Washington, this may occur, versus the 3 stories, it's either going to occur or it's not going to occur, and we're going to decide that. So that, I think this is a bit confusing. Because
are
what
you
does it
saying there's some
reply to?
inconsistency in the terminology throughout? Is that what you're pointing
Well,
out?
I don't know what it really applies to. Like specifically, may means an action which is left to the discretion of the town. So if a decision or we have some discussion around East Washington and say it may happen, then it's going to be up to the town. Or may it happen at a future date? I don't think there's enough clarity around here that I really understand what that means.
So a lot of the policies will say may or consider, and it's pretty clear when it's up to the discretion of the town, but may also can be used when we're talking about allowable land uses, for example. So if something may be permitted, it's up to the discretion. Usually those are development that would require a use permit. So you'll see may being used in the land use designation table. Must is something like there's the policy that says the town shall not annex any prime farmland. So we can go through. I mean, I think if we go through the document, we'll find instances where there's must and may that are used.
So it's really just a definition here. It
It's
really
really just
doesn't.
a definition, yes.
Okay, it doesn't really speak to specific plans or things that we're going to discuss in terms of it may happen or.
No.
Okay.
Any other questions about this first introduction section? Okay, moving on to the Our History section, noting the factual corrections that Councilmember Moeller has already offered. Certainly, if there's anything else that's found to be inaccurate, it's going to get corrected. You don't need to hear that from us.
Yes. If any council member wants to submit any factual changes or typos after this meeting, we can make those changes.
I think maybe at the very end of this, sometime near midnight, we might hear from you on when the final deadline in order to achieve your schedule would be for literally any corrections or changes.
Okay.
So just have that in the back of your mind. Our history, anything?
Looks good to me.
Okay. Now we're moving. Community and quality of life, chapter 3. Starting at page 31. So why don't I do this? I was going to wait until we get the council feedback, but maybe we should just go chapter by chapter, including public feedback, so we don't miss anybody. Anyone in the public want to address the first 3 sections? Pam, I knew you couldn't wait any longer. That's why I figured we'd get the public involved.
Pam Reeves, 6887 Jefferson Street. I just had a comment and a concern about page that's 6. It's the sort of introductory statement of the vision for the future. And in the bold type, the first paragraph, we're comprised of year-round residents, veteran home residents, part-time residents. I have a concern about calling out part-time residents as kind of an asset to the town when that hasn't been a discussion point. We have had no discussion about the elephant in the room, which is the part-time resident, and how it affects the community character and the fabric of the community. And in fact, there are 2 pages on page 48 and on page 8, where there's a specific statement that says part-time residents are not as helpful to the community. It's called out on second homes. Many second homes can harm the neighborhood sense of community. That's a statement in this report. And on page 48, there's also a mention of second home residents as one of the factors for not having local serving businesses. So it feels a little bit schizophrenic that we mention them as a separate part of our community, and then we kind of acknowledge that there is a problem with second homes, and that there's a problem in all of our towns in the valley and in many other places that are beautiful and everyone wants to live in. But I feel like just the omission of that statement and second home owners would benefit the plan in general, because they're either residents or they're not residents. If they're just investors, we don't really want to call them out as part of the people who are making the town be what it is. They prevent low-income housing being available. They drive prices up, which a lot of people like. But on the other hand, there's a negative to that. So I feel like just being mute on that term would be a better option than calling them out. And in the future, when there's a different council sitting here and someone who is a second homeowner who wants to raise some kind of issue that they feel is encroaching on their rights, they can point to this page and say, look, I should be represented here as a special class of citizen. So I feel like just eliminating that term from that page would be beneficial to everyone.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the first 3 sections? Okay. Is there any discussion any further? Yeah, Councilmember Durham.
When we met, I specifically brought up about taking local serving business, that term anywhere, out of this general plan, and we had discussed that, and I noticed throughout most of attachment 7 that was done, and I still think that's very important. The whole concept of local serving business is, we've discussed this since the last general plan, is not the most proper statement to use. And I've got to say something. I love my neighbors, and they're a second homeowner, and they're up here almost every single weekend. And they bring friends, and they use this community. They even use the charging station right here and pay for it. So I don't know how eliminating a whole class of people that are in our community is going to change anything, and that's exactly why we're having this discussion about a 20-year plan. If second homeowners are a part of this community, then should we eliminate them from this 20-year plan and they'll go away? No, we need to figure out how to integrate it and make it work with what's going forward in the future. So those are my thoughts on that.
Any other thoughts about the first 3 sections? Councilmember Moeller?
I just wanted to address the public comment. I think it's very important that we put part-time residents in here. If we have part-time residents, and that's who are a big part of our community, they are a part of our community. And I think it's very disingenuous to call out a certain, class of people like this and to not say that they, we say in a lot of our strategic planning that we welcome everybody. And I think that we do welcome everybody. So I am in favor of leaving this in. I think it's very critical to identify who we are as a totality.
I just want to provide a little context. This statement was actually drafted and proposed by the members of the town advisory group. This is their words, not town staff, not the consultant. This was something that was discussed at several meetings, and they felt it was important. What I would also say is staff felt it was very important to represent the language that was presented by the town advisory. And I just want to say, this statement, there's a footnote. Well, I guess it's not a footnote when it's the top of the page, but it says, Yountville's general plan vision statement was developed by the Envision Yountville Town Advisory Group as a part of the general plan update process. This vision represents the community's ideal. And again, there's the source and the identification of where it came from is included in that. And I mean, I'm not going to disagree that there's comments on second home residents, but second home residents pay the same amount of property tax as all of the residents, and we don't differentiate between renters and non-renters. So it's an interesting discussion, but I would say that this was a significant point of discussion by the TAG during their discussion.
Yeah, and I would just say I was a second home owner in 1998 and never left. Once I was able to move here, I was not an investor in my property, but sometimes circumstances are that people can't move to Yountville as quickly as they would like to once they've fallen in love with it. So I would agree with the comments the council's already made that this doesn't mean that we are encouraging people to not live in the residences that we have and that we have dark streets in our neighborhoods. If you have a problem with the fact that some people rent out their homes, we've tried to address that extensively with not allowing short-term rentals and encouraging young families as much as possible. And as Councilmember Durham identified, you don't need to be here 7 days a week to be a part of the community, frankly. We have friends, I think we all probably have friends on our streets that have other parts of their lives that take them out of the area, and it is part of what makes us a unique community. So I would agree with the council comments. Did you have any additional?
Well, I was just going to agree that they are a part of the community, and I don't think that leaving them out in this section negates what we say later on with the impact. So, it just is what it is to me.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the first three sections. Section 4, economic sustainability. We're now, I think, getting into some of the attachment 7, where you've given us some language change. And I think you're asking for confirmation if these changes are what we think should happen?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So I'll again ask if any council member has an issue with what is being proposed. Let's discuss it. If not, we'll take it as we support the changes. So, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I don't have an issue as much as I have a question on the proposed changes from the Arts Commission on policy QL 2.1 and 2.1, program 2.1C. They want to add, establish the town as a premier destination for the arts. The change being it was quality of life and contribute to the town's identity. And then under the programming, it talks about support and promote festivals, et cetera, and they added for the Yountville community. I was unable to go to that Arts Commission meeting, so I would be interested in some sort of an update, please, on what they meant by a premier destination for the arts. Does that mean big name artists? Does it mean quality? Does it mean quantity? And what does that really mean? And also, it seems to be we are looking as a premier destination versus, or perhaps also, the community. So kind of where they were trying to get with those changes.
So I would say with the first proposed change as to a premier destination, they were of the belief that if the town were a destination for the arts, that they would be better able to curate well-known artists, and there would be a greater interest on behalf of artists to come to this community, and that would have a snowball effect in building this program, both in the artists and in the number of pieces and just and the overall reputation of it. When you look at the other one for events and programs, those were more events that are really here for the community, the festivals and the recreational arts programs at the community center. So they wanted to make sure that that was specific as to the community.
Okay, so, oh, sorry, so we don't think those two have any kind of a conflict? It's not, okay, thank you.
I also was taken with that because to say that we promote arts and culture and not mention either the Napa Valley Museum nor the Lincoln Theater of Performing Arts, those are all part of the arts and they're all in our, within the town's, so I don't think we should leave them out. I think that they're an important piece of what would make us a premier destination, and they offer a lot of value for the community as well. So in my estimation, I don't think that we need to, we could talk about festivals and leave out the two major arts organizations that also share our town.
Are you speaking as to the definition of what art is, and that's the visual, performing, and
the arts encompass all of that.
They encompass all of it. And so that we received the comment from the Arts Commission that maybe we should spell out specifically performing arts or visual arts. We thought that it was all under the umbrella of arts, so we didn't go to that level of specificity. It's already encompassed. Are you saying instead that you'd like to have reference to the museum and other facilities in this section?
Well, just the museum and the Lincoln Performing Arts Center.
Other thoughts from the council on that? I guess the question, I think, Senator, if I heard you correctly, is are we trying to identify the venues or the activities? Certainly they are unique to Yountville to have the Lincoln Theater and the museum within our town limits, albeit on the state facility. We're not calling out the individual venues like our amphitheater or the art walk specifically, at least not in this section. Is that the difference I think we're talking about?
Yes. It's definitely more generally worded as presented rather than calling out specific venues. Right. And if we start calling those out, we may want to,
a thought might be under the events and programs for the arts, it could be, we mentioned recreational and educational programs that celebrate the arts, and it could be that we include arts organizations, and that would include the Lincoln Theater, the museum, and the activities that they're bringing without going by name into venues, because the venue can come and go. But, arts organizations are different than the Parks and Rec and the Arts Commission. I'm just saying that might be, if that's the theme, something to consider.
Well, I would prefer that we acknowledge them, but at least to have them referred to in that section is, I guess, if that's what everybody is happy with.
You might, we might solve it by getting in the term performing and visual arts. That could encapsulate what happens principally at those two venues. It doesn't limit it to those two venues. Does that get closer to where you're headed?
Well, sort of.
Let's try that for now.
Okay.
We have a couple more months to
Yeah,
mull it over. Okay, any other thoughts on this section? Public comment on the section 4? Are we on section 4?
Nope, I thought we were in section 3. We're
No,
talking
we're on
about the
4.
arts.
Back to 3.
Are we back in 3 already?
Well,
Oh yeah, we're finishing 3, we're on to 4. We've been in 4. Any
Well, it-
feedback on 4?
it talks about all the arts in 3.
I know, but that was the first page of our attachment 7, so we went back to that. But we're in section 4, economic sustainability. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Page 50, goal ES 1.1. Support the development of responsible visitor-serving businesses and events that enhance the town's reputation while preserving livability. Paraphrasing. I think perhaps we should remove visitor-serving because I think we just want to support businesses that encourage and support businesses and events that enhance our reputation, and because we have heard a lot of feedback, and rightly so, from our residents and all of our boards and commissions that we want there to be, I know this is not the preferred term, but local serving businesses, whatever we're going to call those. So that's my comment on that.
So, is there a consensus as to that change?
Sure.
Okay,
No opposition means consensus.
got it.
Okay, that's it. Is that it for section 4? Section 5.
Section 5 includes all of the comments in attachment 7 as well as the 4 change areas.
So we're going to talk about this for a little bit. Who would like to begin?
I'll talk about the west side of Washington Street, if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do each of the 4 elements one at a time. Go ahead.
All right. So first of all, as for attachment 7, ZDRB statements, Stephen Miller and Michael Zortzek. I attended that meeting, and what they said was spot on, because we showed the photos again to kind of define what we were talking about. And at that time, they specifically talked about those photos not necessarily working for our community, as well as member Michael, I will call him, talking about defining what the 3-story development and or / development of that area meant. So I just really want to get behind that, because once you read the changes in attachment 7 that they commented on, it helps to make a much clearer picture for it. So I very much support what they talked about. I want to comment that I think it should be Mulberry to Humboldt instead of California to Humboldt, as we had discussed. And it should include the parking lots on the west side of Washington Street, all of them. And to speak to that possible intent of California as being the wine train, I don't know if it's more appropriate, I ran out of time in research, to do an overlay or a carve-out, but possibly I'm open to that discussion as well for that specific location. I do want to make a comment that we do have 3-story buildings in this community, Hopper Creek Condominiums, V Marketplace, and also on my street, Maison Fleury. And I think Maison Fleury is, we tried to superimpose it at one of the meetings, and I know it didn't work. But I think in reality, as you're walking down Yon Street, you can see what it adds as the way it's built and set up. So I think Maison Fleury is a great example of a possibility of 3rd stories if that's what came in the future. Let me. what type of uses should be permitted at these new properties. There was a comment on attachment number 10 from November 2018 that towns should not mandate use of private property for the amorphous concept of community benefit. And I tend to agree with that. And my statement is that I think using this general plan as a 50,000 foot way to look down on this community instead of getting into more details, as this comment was referring to, is very helpful. You know, and a lot of this discussion has been about non-food, non-wine. And I want to comment this, we've always talked, everybody comments on wine tasting rooms. We're talking about putting a moratorium on wine tasting rooms, which I thought everybody would embrace. So I want to call it out that we're willing to put a moratorium on wine tasting. But I'm concerned about putting a moratorium on non-food or non-restaurant, because to me that means, what if Southside or Protea wanted to be in one of those businesses? Would both of those who serve our neighborhoods very well be allowed to go into those areas? So I can understand the non-wine. I don't agree with it, but I understand it, and I'm willing to have that discussion. But for the non-food, non-restaurant, I think we need to look long and hard about exactly what that means for our community, because Protea and Southside, I see locals there 7 days a week, and I always see a familiar face there, and it's great. And that's it for the west side of Washington Street.
Okay. Who'd like to address that next? Any?
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Dornbecker.
So, under, let's see. I lost my place. So, talking about the community benefit for allowing three-story buildings between California Drive and Humboldt Street. And I don't personally have a problem with it being between California Drive and Humboldt Street. But I think that the community benefit should include preference for housing and office space, and especially if we could also ask that they be affordable housing in that area. That would be a real benefit to the community, those third-story apartments or whatever they would be. So that's my take on it.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yes, I have
West
some
side?
West Side. So when we're talking about, we start getting into view corridors in here. And Chapter 8 is a great addition that really gives great definition for view corridors with maps and arrows and all that. But what I heard or read, or a combination from most of the public comments, was a real confusion as to what's a view and what's a view corridor. And I think that we could probably take some information that's in Chapter 8, since this is like the first time we start talking about view corridors, and really make this distinction here and kind of drive it home. It's still, you have to wait till you get to Chapter 8 to see it, and I think that's important. On the three-story buildings, I am in favor of restricting it because I think that Mulberry to Humboldt makes sense to me right now. It was a pretty mixed opinion from the public, but the reason I do support it between Humboldt, including both parking lots, and Mulberry, is because in addition to people pretty open about saying, no, I don't want this, they did want, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that. So we've got to put it someplace. So I think that's going to be kind of a good hybrid that satisfies, yes, I want this stuff, and where we're going to put it, and have a limited area to put it between Mulberry and Humboldt. Let's see, I'm trying to look at all the notes here. I do think housing should be included as part of that discussion, as you have in here already. I am in favor of rental when we put in there. And a couple places in here, and I think I mentioned this to Sandra earlier, I'm a little nervous about saying affordable housing. What I mean is that we need housing that is affordable, and I want to make sure we use the word workforce housing, because we're trying to achieve all of that, not necessarily, we don't have, I'm open to all the possibilities. So I think each one, as we go through and really design this, if we really check all the boxes off the traditional affordable housing, then, you know, or maybe we might find workforce more of a primary need. So we want that flexibility, not to just limit it to truly affordable, expand it to workforce and include housing that is affordable. And I think I would really like to specify rental, and I want to put a restriction on it that it is at least 90-day rentals. I do not want to see this stuff being, 30-day minimum. I'm fine with even maybe, 90 days to 6 months. I want it to be a real rental, not something that's 30-day, another hotel room. I would also like to add, in this 3-story area, I am open. I don't really want any more tasting rooms, but I don't really want to restrict, just like Councilmember Durham said, that there might be something that a standalone tasting room I don't really think is going to be supportive in one of those areas. But I'm willing to consider something creative that might encompass alcohol. We're all about that. I also want to suggest that we restrict and add non-hotel. I think that this area is really meant for a diversity of business and adding some places to live. And I don't want to see a bunch of hotel rooms kind of pop up and all of a sudden they've shoehorned their way into fitting into this because they've got a little area downstairs where they're selling something and calling it retail. You asked about the details for regarding height, the massing, and roof peak. I think what you have in there is absolutely fine. This is a general plan. I think you have enough general information. I don't want to restrict it too much because it will be to future councils when it comes in that this will all be use permits, I expect, depends on what comes in. So let them decide at that time. You never know what's going to make sense. Let's see.
So
Okay,
can
that's the
can I
last
just,
one on 3 stories.
Ask you're talking about west side of Washington, you don't want any hotel rooms. Is it just to be
Yes,
clear?
on the and where we have 3 stories between Humboldt and Mulberry, if that's where we're going, we'll see what happens. I think it should be restricted to no new hotel rooms, because the Vintage House is already excluded from that, as I read. Correct?
Yes. So you're talking the 3-story incentive. 1
Right,
and 2-story
because-
development as a hotel room would be okay.
Because the reason I'm in support of this is because this is where we're going to put these new uses that our residents are looking for. And we did have a question in one of the public workshops, and we asked, do you want more hotel rooms? And they said no. So, but a lot of them said no, they didn't want 3 stories. But that's the reason I'm okay with it, because we have to put this stuff someplace. And I think this will be a good place for it.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing the opposition to new hotel rooms, but you just said something different than what I'm hearing from Councilmember Moeller. You said, but 1 and 2 stories would be okay for new hotel development. I'm hearing you say you don't want any new hotel rooms, period. Is that
Not in
correct?
there. Well, I'll find where it was and maybe come back later.
I thought you were
where
speaking as to the incentives for 3-story development.
Yeah, because
That's where there's confusion.
Well, I just
what
want
I'm
to clarify. We're talking about the process to be eligible for a 3-story. So right now, your 2-story height limit is open to any of your primary commercials. This policy only applies to an applicant that is seeking a third story, and you're providing the policy or the incentive approach that you would consider granting. Because otherwise, under your current zoning, which we're not suggesting there's a change in there, this was an incentive program, a two-story primary commercial could be a whole range of things, including hotel, including restaurant, including bar. I mean, all of those are appropriate commercial activities on the west side of Washington on that parcel.
Well, that's why I wanted the clarification, because it sounded like Councilmember Muller's suggestion was to become more restrictive than we currently are, and I don't think that that's necessarily what you were saying.
Just in that, the specific new area that would, if we do allow if somebody wants to come in and put something in that's 3 stories, I don't want story 1 and story 2 to be a hotel room, and then they put, an apartment on top, because I think it really is misleading to what we're trying to say.
It is, Councilmember Mueller, and I want to point out, I don't think you should be focused on what's on what floor, because we're really talking.
I'm not. I'm talking about the whole concept, because here it is in question 2. I think, now I don't remember. If we add more commercial space to the downtown, what kind of businesses would you like to see? And one of the questions was hotels. We had, lots of respondents. Like for non-wine, there were a total of 57 respondents. For hotels, there was 1. So I thought, to me, the public is saying, I don't want that new commercial space downtown, when we're talking about 3 stories, to be a hotel. So
Could I tease out what that might mean? So under current development, someone could come in with a 1 and 2 story hotel. Under these new rules, they could add a 3rd story, so that 1 or 2 story hotel could request a 3rd story to get this community benefit. If they can't do that 3rd story, they'll just abandon it. If they're doing a 3rd story but can't do hotel on 1 and 2, they'll abandon 3 stories. So we're not getting those uses that we wanted by restricting the 1st and 2nd floor. That's the first time we've heard this, so I just want to make sure that we fully sort of tease out what that
Right.
really
This
means.
is in workshop 2 on November 21st, by the way. So that's my interpretation of that, that I would, I want to put this mixed type of development in, and I'm okay with going to 3 stories, but I really don't want more hotel rooms to get there.
Well, I think you have to be realistic from an economic standpoint, how any kind of development that's going to deliver retail and office space that we have heard significant support for is going to get built. And I think it's unrealistic to expect it's going to be all office and all retail for the price of the land that we have in town. I don't think that's realistic, frankly. Now, are we talking about adding hotel rooms? I think the point is, it's to get a 3rd story potential, not to eliminate 1st and 2nd story that's already allowed.
And I do want to point out, the proposed policy is exactly that. It's talking about
what if
a process that you, as the council, could consider a 3rd story. And again, we use the phrase, it's not by right. So you start off with your current primary zoning, 1 to 2. It still has to come to the council for conditional use. So the first thing I'm going to say, any potential development is going to have that aspect. But this particular policy is only about what would be required to possibly get. I want to pose a different question to you also that's come out of this discussion, is maybe we're being limiting by not including the Vintage and Bellagio. And hear me out a bit, because what if they were to come and say, those properties back up to the highway, they do not back up to residential. But at some point in time, we're looking about a 20-year, what if they wanted to come and say, let's take our existing 2 unit, we're going to rebuild it, and we want to go 3. So if you change the footprint and limit it, you may be foregoing that option. And I'm just putting that out there because, again, that's very conceptual, as is any of this potential in terms of what the developer, but I just point that out because if you're interested in trying to maybe keep the housing or the hotels on an area, we may be having an unintended consequence over a 20, 25-year life of the general plan.
Any other thoughts on west side of Washington Street?
Can I
Yeah,
just add
Councilmember
one
Mueller.
more thing? And I am okay with 3 stories and a hotel on the wine train area. So I know that's it's outside of the Humboldt to Mulberry area, but I think that area could be much more creatively developed, and I'm pretty much open
And
to
just
what
for
goes there.
the council there, if you do want to make a boundary change, that's a graphic that we can certainly include the west side of the railroad side to whatever boundary you come on. But I also would agree with Director Liston's comment. The restrictions on the Bellagio Vineyard really do at this point in time put a limitation on development of that property.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I think I'm going to be an outlier here because I have not really seen an appetite anywhere for 3 stories. And if we already can do 2 stories, and I understand the economics that perhaps someone would come and say, I can't do a 2-story, but I'm willing to do a 3-story because of some economic benefit. I don't know what that economic benefit would be other than allowing them more FAR, which one thing that came through loud and clear to me as I surveyed the survey results was overdevelopment is anathema to this town. But on the other hand, we all want to be economically viable. But at this point, I am not in favor of 3 stories. Now, to get us off go, where it says permit 3-story buildings, I could go with consider, and I understand the argument about it's not of right, but once you say you're going to permit it, then it becomes a right because we are going to put policies in place that would permit that. So to me, I cannot go with staff on the argument of it's not a right because that verb sets it up, permit it. So I could certainly say consider it, and then as we continue, obviously there's a lot of room for discussion. Right now, if I had to go with 3 stories, it would be limited, Humboldt to California. I would go with the wine train. I would want significant setbacks. I also, like Councilmember Moeller, have concerns about protecting views, not simply view corridors, but protecting views. So that's kind of where I am on the 3 stories. I could mostly leave it be if we change permit to consider, and that would allow for further discussion.
Thank you. I'll just add, I'll try not to be repetitive about the FAR bonus, Senator, you mentioned. I like the idea of trying to represent underrepresented retail. I would avoid identifying what that is because we don't know what's going to be underrepresented in 10 years. We used to have an abundance of antique shops here that aren't here anymore. You know, the last general plan may have put a moratorium on antique shops based on the environment. And I don't think that's appropriate for us to be, frankly, putting a moratorium on anything. It's our job to be recognizing what's in the best interest of the community at the time. I support to a degree the longer than 30-day minimum rental time on any housing that's going to be a public benefit. What I would caution is extending it too long. We have a very transient workforce, whether it's in hospitality or the wine industry, hotel industry, restaurants. A lot of times these folks turn over, and they will not come and rent an apartment if they have to do it for a year or probably even 6 months and get locked into a long-term situation. I get you don't want to turn into a rotating 30-day getaway, but I think we already have ordinances in place that control shorter-term rentals. I would look to Napa County's proximity housing language and see if there's something there that we can modified to our circumstances. Certainly numbers about proximity would be different, but some type of community benefit would be if you work within X miles of Yountville. That might be something to add. I caution about having too much detail. This is a long-term document. If we start getting very specific about what we do and don't want and the length of time of rentals, we have no idea what a short, medium, long-term rental is really going to mean in 10 years. So to put really specific and limiting language in here, I think is going to be potentially result in some negative unintended consequences. I can support the option to go to a third story, again, with a community benefit. As much as we may not like it, every time, and I know that Councilmember Dornbecker was at the League Leaders for the League of California Cities last week, the numbers we're hearing about that the state legislature is considering for housing in the next 7 years is staggering. They're talking about the governor supporting 3.5 million new housing units in the next 5 to 7 years. They've got to go somewhere. And as comfortable as we are in our current condition, there are bills that are already being brought forward that are saying any single family residential parcel can be turned into 4 units, and we won't be able to stop it. Those are some scary ideas for a town like Yountville. So we have to retain some level of flexibility to be able to absorb what may be mandated by the state. View corridors is another one. Of course, that's part of our character. But we keep hearing over and over again that many legislators in Sacramento don't care about our charming character. They care about statewide housing shortfalls and high costs of housing, and they don't seem to really care what the impacts are locally. We do, but we have to be careful that we don't overly restrict ourselves in order to respond to some of these things like infill development and the density of housing. And we keep bringing up the issues, but when we're a small community and a small county as Napa County is population-wise, there isn't the same respect for rural conditions as we would like there to be at the state level. So those are some things just to be keeping in mind as we talk about 2 parcels on Humboldt, that if we can get a little bit of retail or office space and get a couple more apartments in there, that makes a difference for us. The other thing that's being threatened already is if we don't build the housing that RENA is telling us we are obligated to have zoned, the state may decide they want to withhold transportation funding for us. That's, again, one of these items that's being floated in Sacramento already with the new administration. So it's no longer going to be you just have to zone it and don't ever have to build it. You have to build it or risk losing state funding support. So none of this sounds good. Don't like to hear any of it, but that is the potential reality, and it's not that far in the future.
I agree, and I want to offer a thought based on some of the feedback. I think that to provide some, I'm hearing general interest in what I'm going to call a program that would allow consideration of a third story based on community benefit, and then we can incorporate some of the others. So I think perhaps we phrase this differently at a staff level, phrase the intent to be a policy to develop an incentive-based program that would allow an applicant to apply for and be considered for a third story subject to community benefit. That way we get away from the entitlement concern that some of the councils expressed over the word permitting, be really clear that it's a program just like our incentive programs. I think that's a great way to talk about our FAR bonus, and really this would be third-story bonus program, and we'll work on some of the criteria. And I also think you've given us some good feedback on a level of specificity without going too far. So we'll take another stab at some of that. But does that sound like it would address some of your all's concern on that process structure?
Yeah, my just last comment about the west side of Washington Street. I know I bled a little bit into Humboldt. That was my fault. But I think Yountville has done a very good job of keeping a commercial section of town very limited and very reasonably developed. It has not extended into our residential neighborhoods. We've been able to protect Old Town. And so I am more open to creative development within that corridor because we don't want it to go somewhere else. This is our commercial zone for a reason, and it backs up to the highway. So this is the best use of that part of the town, I think. Any other thoughts on west side of Washington? Members of the public, west side of Washington? Pam. Why don't you sit closer to the microphone, Pam?
Pam Reeves, 6887 Jefferson Street. I'd like to reiterate that I feel like there's a difference between the sort of open viewscape that has always been a characteristic of Yountville and view corridors. We have a specific number of 3-story tall buildings in town, but they are unique. And I don't think we're going to see the building of another Maison Fleury building or a vintage 1870 building. It's a different world now and a different kind of construction technique. They might try to make it look like that, but it won't be. And my question is, so you can give an FAR bonus to someone. Why does it have to be on the 3rd floor? You could give them a bigger FAR for on the ground, extra space, and ultimately, I don't think you can demand a certain type of business go into those kind of spaces, because we've seen before, oh, we want a retail area and we're expecting a bookstore, or we're expecting something that people in town can patronize, and we get something totally different. It's going to be the same thing with especially that parcel, the vintage property. They just sprung for $40,000 mattresses for their, I don't think they're going to want affordable housing in the middle of their, let's make it more prestigious, let's make it more high-end and ultimate. And also that area is in the toxic air quality corridor. So if we say we want affordable housing and we put it in a place that we know is everyday toxic, then I think that's not a great expression of our concern for low-income people. So ultimately, it would be better to have a discussion about tiny houses and smaller parcels, and the idea that the community should invest in a flood wall so that the church property becomes more of a viable solution. A lot of our affordable housing is in the mobile home parks. There's no and those are adult-only mobile home parks for the most part. Why couldn't we have a sort of tiny house or small manufactured home area at the church property? There are way better, more creative ideas than to go up in a place that has been kind of a low scale with some accent buildings. And I think, yeah, I just feel like the view corridor idea is is easy to quantify, but it's not so easy to quantify the fact that people can breathe in this town, and part of it has to do with, yeah, there's a lot of space that's open that's parking lots, and you can see right over that. That's not part of your view shed. So that whole discussion of, oh, well, we should be more urban is not really what Yountville is about. And I think a lot of residents would argue that, yeah, we like some local serving businesses, but I'd rather not have 3 stories in order to have that. We can all drive to Napa. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this section? Okay. Is there any
Mayor.
last comment from the council, or Michelle?
I have a clarification. Do we have a consensus on town manager's suggestion? I saw Vice Mayor Dorman, and you say okay with that suggestion.
Is there other feedback? Steve, you want to repeat it to make sure the other council members understand what Michelle's question's about?
What we're talking about is restructuring it so that
Microphone, is that on?
it's develop a program that would provide a third-story incentive bonus. And again, I want to be really clear to everybody. That doesn't mean that the use is on the third story. It means that the development would be entitled to 3 stories height, and then subject to the community benefit discussion that you've had.
And I think I may have mentioned this, Sandra, in our one-on-one. We need to define stories. We learned that with the
Well, also, I think,
housing issue.
Right.
What is a third story? So there isn't any vagueness about what height we're talking about.
and staff had also talked about a maximum height limit at the peak of the Vintage V Marketplace building, so that can be included.
We need
as
to
well.
figure out what that number means so that we're not all standing out there guessing.
We did include language in attachment 7, so there's a revision that says that the 3 stories would be no higher than the peak of the V Marketplace roof, not the cupola.
If we can just put a number attached to that,
We'll try. That's a hard one to come up with that number.
there's got to be a laser out there somewhere that can do it for us.
Well, sure.
Do what you can, but I just know in the future, we're going to want to know what that exact height is. If we're using it as the measurement, we're going to want to know what that means. We've been very specific in the past about, Bardessono Hotel, for example. We were holding them to a height limit when they were going to try to put mechanical equipment for an elevator in.
So I think you're talking about zoning and design ordinance standards that are the implementation of that story, and we've tried to come up with some terms to guide that. I'm hearing that's not good enough, and we need an actual number now rather than later. But during that public discussion for what are those design standards, what is that story, what is that total height, based on the feedback that we don't want it taller than the peak, that it should be shielded and not vertical. So you're saying skip to that next step and make sure it's in the general plan now because we need that direction now.
Well, I'm suggesting that might be something we need to, if you don't think it needs to be in there because it's too specific, then we just need to make sure that we have that answer when somebody brings development forward that says, I want to go 3 stories and we want that to be 45 feet. And we say that's not okay, or that is okay.
So the plan that we have is that we'll adopt the general plan. Our next step is immediately to revise the zoning and design ordinance and have those in-depth discussions before somebody comes forward with an application. So
And just one other point of clarification. In this particular case, I think there's something important about utilizing the peak of the V Marketplace, because if you put a fixed number in, that fixed number actually may be higher in some locations based on the elevation. And part of the intent here from staff's perspective was that it not to be larger or taller. So it's just something for us to incorporate, but it's, if you give somebody hypothetically, like you said, 45 feet, but they start on a location that's at a higher elevation. So we don't want to allow that either. I mean, that was one of the key things, is we want whatever the massing and development is to be under that. So we will work on the policy that could support that from a definitional standpoint.
And Sandra, I totally agree with the way you described it there, so that
Okay.
that makes sense.
Okay.
Absolutely. Any last thoughts on West Side? We move on to Humboldt.
Just one, I believe there was a majority consensus on including the wine train property. Did I sense that correctly?
I heard that, and also, was there finally consensus about Steve's program idea? Okay.
Okay. And
So
it's
Humboldt?
And it's Mulberry to Humboldt, plus the wine train, right?
Sure.
Okay.
I think, you were saying California?
No, I said Mulberry.
Okay. Humboldt Street, who'd like to begin, or are we okay as is?
I'll go.
Okay.
Once again, it's, as been noted, it's not the best concept photo. It looks like it belongs anywhere but here. And I want to make a comment, you know, the family's been local forever. They've requested to do this. The son was at the open house to fully discuss this. He's here this evening. We have many opportunities for housing as we move forward in the next 5 to 10 years, so I don't want to dictate that it be deed restricted. I like the opportunity that we have to have 2 apartment units in town. And so I do support this based on those reasonings. I also want to make a comment. Attachment number 10, page 15, from the November 2018 online survey. The comment was made, non-wine retail is an okay idea for this area, but uses have a small chance of survival. After they fail in the first couple of years, it will probably be allowed to be converted to wine or restaurant use. It's an interesting statement because I feel the person who made the comment has a grasp of what's going on here. You know, we as a council have never said what businesses can or cannot be in town. It's what the market has dictated, and it's what the landlords have dictated. And now we're attempting to have that discussion to do some dictation to this. So with that being said, I still, after this process, and anybody who remains here this evening, whenever we leave, knows how serious this current council is about all these issues. I've also been to the ZDRB meetings, which I have a high respect for the members on there, and the level of discussion that they have. And this leads into another comment that I have about we, as a council, in the future need to start talking about use permits to ensure that these things are held to these standards as well. And so, with all that being said, I fully support this with no deed restriction as well for the housing.
So, just so I'm clear, alcohol-related and restaurant are prohibited, that you would stay with that, or not?
Yes, I'll stay with it, yes.
For now, at least?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready to go, Councilmember Dornbecker?
Yes, I agree with that. I support this. I do really, though, wish that it will be a rental housing as well as the retail, and without it being deed restricted. But I do think that it could, maybe there's some incentive that we could offer to ask the owner to, make it affordable housing, or make it, make it affordable to live there, housing. So I would support some sort of a increase in FAR or whatever it would be to, to thank him for that. But I'm delighted that, that retail will be there.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
I'm also, I think I'm very supportive of this program, and to the residential component, I agree it should be rental. And again, I don't think it should qualify for the 30-day vacation rental policy that we have. So again, that's why I kind of came up with 90 days or whatever. I'm just trying to, I think we have enough of those going on in our neighborhoods, and that's fine, but now we have an opportunity not to do a taking of somebody's right of property, but we can put a precursor in here that this is what we're looking for. It is a true rental and not really a vacation rental. So however that could possibly work And it does not have to go in this narrative here. I'm not looking for that kind of detail, but maybe you could figure out how to craft it someplace else in the document if we have consensus.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm sort of ambivalent on the concept, and as I read the surveys, I can see the needle kind of moving around. But again, I will not be the one to say no to it, because I do understand that Mr. Woodson in particular has spoken that he would try to bring a business that would cater to all of us and our visitors, which I truly appreciate. I would, however, like for them to be deed-restricted affordable rental units, because at some point the property will be sold, and I would like for something to run with the land to make sure that we do continue to capture, because we are losing 2 residential lots, and I think we need to hold on to those and forward our affordable housing wish list by doing that.
Thank you. And I would agree almost to a word with the Vice Mayor. I think the community benefit of allowing the development of these parcels would be to get deed-restricted rental units. One thing we've also learned, I think, over the years is we will need to call out that this is non-owner occupied rental because we have seen some businesses that have turned it into a self-rental, basically, which means not a rental. And so however that language needs to be written legally so that it is a non-property owner's use. But I agree that the deed restriction matters because I think the weakest part of our housing element is the lowest income levels of housing. And we need to address that, especially, again, what I was saying earlier about the potential infill and development mandates we could be looking at. Not that I'd like the idea, but that could be 8 apartment in those 2 parcels easily from what the state is telling us we should allow. I don't think any of us want that. But the compromise for me would be deed restricted, couple of deed restricted units, and then allow the development of the retail.
A caveat that I might need to offer is I think we can talk about the desire for affordable deed restricted housing. What I would add is a caveat and subject to a development agreement, because that's where we're actually going to be able to, that's your policy. If you want to keep the policy up here and the implementation, then you get into the details and the specifics when the property is, an applicant comes forward and we would say, here's the subject conditions in the development agreement. It gives you more flexibility to address something and doesn't go into spot zoning. I don't know.
Yeah, what I would add for that is for rental units, in order to get the deed restriction for low income and moderate income, it needs to be incentive based and voluntary, and they need to opt into the program with an agreement between the council and the developer. So it's possible, but it's a little bit different than the other developments that have gone in the past that the town has required those houses for sale to be deed restricted as opposed to be rented. So I just wanted to clarify that. But such a program or policy can definitely be included, and that can be developed more fully in the municipal code or through the zoning code.
So it could be a relaxation of parking requirements on site. It could be FAR exemption, something like that.
Correct.
And actually, Mayor, it could even be simpler that in order to get the approval, they agree to do the deed restricted. So that's why I'm saying there it's the voluntary that they want that. And that's why I think if you put the policy that, because this particular site, you know, you're already maxing out. So, you know, an FAR bonus for more what's not really there. So I think if you want to say, you know, I think you could put in that we'll put the policy statement, you know, for non-owner occupied rental housing subject to a development agreement. It's going to give the town the most latitude when the applicant comes forward.
The last thing I did want to mention, I agree with the restriction on restaurant use. I think that is the use that has the most potential for noise, light impacts that we don't want to leak into the adjacent properties. I don't support the alcohol-related prohibition because I think, again, we're getting too restrictive, guessing what the future is going to hold. And I don't think that alcohol-related uses necessarily have a negative impact on adjacent properties. you could, whether it's a wine tasting room or something else, I think that flexibility can still be controlled upon an application.
Is that the consensus of the council?
Not yet. I only asked Councilmember Durham for his opinion on that, so I wanted to hear the rest of the council, whether they feel like, I think we all agree restaurant use is not appropriate. Is that correct on this site or no? Not necessarily.
Yeah, for this site, yes.
And is that the consensus of the council?
To prevent restaurants, yes.
Yes.
And then the question is, alcohol related, I feel like it's too broad a statement to prohibit. That's my opinion. So,
Well, what the applicant has, or what the gentleman who owns the property has already brought to our attention as far as the conversation we had nothing to do with alcohol, so.
but we have to be realistic. This is a 20-year plan. And you might own it for 20 years, and you might own it for 20 months. And so all the assurances that we've been given by the current property owner are what you say. But we have to, I think a little bit longer term, just in case things change.
Well, you know, we can't see into the future, but I suppose I would leave that to the land use and use permit process.
Here's the good news. Anything in this town that involves alcohol involves a use permit. So when we look at the realistics part of that, you know, it's really important, though, that we provide some guidance. The other thing is the site is still going to be covered by your parking requirements. So some uses just aren't going to fit on that parcel with a adequate building, 2 apartments, parking, landscaping. So, I mean, there are some development constraints in terms of that. But I just think it's important to send a clear message of what that community benefit is. So in this case, I'm hearing real clear, no restaurant. And I'm pretty comfortable to say I don't think the restaurant would fit because of the parking. And then I think, you know, wine tasting room depends on the application and the use permit they come in. And it's probably challenging, but I won't say impossible.
I would add non-hotel. I don't want a hotel in there if you want some specifics, there's one.
Vice Mayor, your thought on the alcohol-related part?
Thank you. I don't have a personal objection to it. I do think in our discussions with our community, though, we have said non-alcohol, non-restaurant, and I would not want to go back on that right now. I mean, it's not a deal killer for me for the general plan, but I do think we need to be sensitive to how we have positioned it to our community.
So,
right now,
what does that mean?
So right now, I'm a no. I mean, when it comes time to vote on the general plan, like I say, it's not going to be a deal killer, but right now I would stick with no restaurant, no alcohol because of how we have proceeded with the community.
Understood. Okay. So I don't know that we have.
We'll take a stab at a draft, and then that'll be your final one.
Fair enough.
We've got language that helps us get closer.
Okay. Oh, yes, public comment. Pam? Okay. Any other public? Yes. Property owner?
Yes. Hello, thank you. Thanks for all the work you've done on the general plan. Fantastic. My name is Rich Woodson. I'm the resident at 2008 Humboldt Street. I'm also the owner of the other 2 lots that we're talking about here. I just had a couple of questions following on Councilman Durham's concern about use permits around restaurant. Since I've been kind of socializing this idea with the town, I've gotten several opinions on what should be there and what should not be there, and a couple of really great ideas, but I think they may enter into kind of a gray area, and I wanted to clarify that with you. So the main idea of having a pharmacy in the I guess the anchor tenant portion of that. At least 2 people have mentioned the idea about having a soda fountain as part of that. So if there were a counter serving ice cream and soda there, would that be in violation of the restaurant?
So maybe help clarify where the limited restaurant, full restaurant, or non-restaurant uses differ.
So I think ultimately, when this gets implemented through the zoning code, this could be a decision that was made in that ordinance on what exact uses were made and what could be implemented. And I'll defer to Sandra if she disagrees, but there are distinctions on different full and limited use, which Sandra's more familiar with, but the zoning code can spell this out and change these uses too.
You know, this could be a real enjoyable thing for the youth of this town to have a gathering place that's not alcohol related, where, you know.
The youth love alcohol.
Well, the really young.
Sorry.
The really young.
9:30, I apologize.
Yeah, in the light of day, I guess. And then also, yeah, the non-youth, I would probably enjoy that as well.
So I'm not sure we answered your question, though.
You
Yeah, is-
haven't, and I'm going to offer a couple other concerns, because you're talking about menu, which is not addressing restaurant use. And many of you may recall, a lot of soda fountains have burgers, fries. Now, I mean, it's all variable. I'm just saying, so I think under our definition, if you wanted to entertain potential for a limited restaurant, you just need to say that, and it's going to be subject to the use permit. You don't have to grant it just because it's, but I mean, for us to talk about a potential soda fountain, we're getting into, that is food service. You know, we define limited service, full service, but it's still, we're getting into regulating the menu, which we don't typically do.
And therein lies the discussion that the mayor had about, and comes back to this whole prohibition of things. The town has spoken, they don't want wine tasting rooms. The town doesn't want this here, the town doesn't want that there. We've also decided, not we, I was not at the council at the time, not to put a moratorium on tasting rooms. There was a conscious decision. And now we're being asked to talk 20 years in the future. And it speaks to exactly what the speaker is talking about right now. We want to put a moratorium on this. We don't want change. We want it what it is, or we want it what it was. And we have a very hard time looking at the future for this. So we keep going back and forth, and we have plenty of analysis to look at from all the public comment that's been made. But at the end of the day, it can be looked at either way. And that's why we're up here, is to help make those decisions as well. But the more we talk about a moratorium or putting a benefit on a third floor because we're not going to make it non-this, the more we're treading such difficult decisions. And then, on top of that, we then start talking about the use permits that run with the land forever, and we see how that's playing out with the employee parking management plan on some of the restaurants in town. So, I mean, it comes back exactly to what you were saying. The more we say no, it's then let's not have any changes and let's just move forward.
I wonder if full-service restaurant restriction would make more sense. I think it leaves some flexibility. This is almost like that lemonade stand on the corner that kids have. You know, they need a business license to operate a food service business or whatever. Right. Sometimes the common sense needs to come into play and not the over detailed regulation.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
you could maybe
you did
say like
that-
no heating elements. That would eliminate the idea of burgers and stuff like that. And
Well, I don't even think we want to get that
No,
specific, and I think Councilmember Durham makes a good point that we are talking long-term, and so leaving something more general than too specific, I think, is safer. There are other decision steps to be had in the future that can be more restrictive. Gary?
Yeah, I would just add to that and agree that in the future to change this, going through the process of changing a general plan, as you know, going through this process is much more difficult than changing the zoning code, and all of these details can be included in your zoning code. It's up to you guys, though, on how much detail to put in it, but just procedurally, it's quite a process, as you know.
It's very tempting to get too detailed in this document.
And that's good guidance. I know we're talking about very definable, but I think you need to realize we're going to be bringing those back to you. And, also I would agree that in some cases, when you operate under a conditional use permit, you have the ability to say no. So if somebody brings you a restaurant use, you don't have to accept it. You can say, no, that's not appropriate, or if it's something, I'm just saying, that's why you have a conditional use permit process.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
So can I suggest that we leave the language as is and reevaluate it when we see this again?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
We're leaving the language as is. That's a good roundabout way to get there. Okay. I mean, as it relates to, but we still have to figure out the issue with deed restriction or not. I think we may have resolved that also. Okay. Okay. Quickly. North Washington Street. Councilmember Durham, you want to keep starting?
Sure. I'll lump North Washington and Vista condos into the same conversation. But I will say that if we are to agree on North Washington, I believe it should be all 6 lots and not just the bookends. I didn't fully understand why we chose to leave it out. If in fact the excuse me, the general plan is this 50,000 overall view, why is this not included in it? We've talked about it. We've had discussions. We've had lots of comments on it, but with good feedback and some not so, with some feedback that wasn't in support of it. But based on these other conversations we've had for changes, in my opinion, these should be in the general plan. As Councilmember as Vice Mayor Dorman had suggested earlier about the wording for the 3rd stories, the same thing is for these. I mean, once again, it's 20 years. And if we're talking about the residential issues that the mayor and Councilmember Dornbecker brought up, I mean, we should be including these now, because if we do allow that businesses, which the community is saying they want, we're still including the residential aspect of it as well. And then the Vista condos allow that opportunity. So that's my thought.
So you're supporting the North Washington Street proposal as presented and the Vista as presented?
And the North Washington for all 6 units.
And did you need clarification on whether it's just the inner ring of condominiums that we're referencing?
Well, the whole reason we were suggesting these are to consider these changes at some point over the course of the 20-year plan was because we didn't get enough specific feedback on what those uses or whether it's inner ring or whole development. And this just carves out an opportunity. And let's say one of the property owners of those 6 parcels comes before us with an application and wants to do something, then we can, based on this policy, amend the zoning ordinance and consider that application. So it basically is providing an opportunity, but not pushing it through with a zoning amendment now because we haven't had enough feedback. We could do that, certainly, as to both of these.
I'm going to suggest we stick to the North Washington.
Very good.
Your
Understood.
comments on Vista were noted, but I
Understood.
think we have a couple
Understood. Yeah.
unique circumstances there that we need to flesh out. Councilor, North Washington Street parcels?
Having come from the League of California Cities and having been there as they debated what the top issues are for the state of California, housing is the top. It's desperate, and because of that, I cannot. I might be an outlier, but I cannot support taking 6 residences out of the housing inventory. And as you said, we don't have to do that right now. When the plan is being looked at again for 2023, if at that time that council decides to do that, that's one thing. But at this point, I just listened to lots of speakers about the absolute dire straits the state is in as far as housing. I can't justify it. No.
I want to make sure that we're clear on, we're not talking, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not talking about losing those as housing units. We're allowing flexibility of housing with a
Allowing a mixed use so that
business
those,
element.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be losing the housing units from the critical number that we have to maintain or add to, actually.
They could simply add
Correct.
commercial.
We don't know that. I mean, if we do a commercial overlay on that, on those 6 houses, we don't know that they're going to continue to have residences included.
Well, that's what this process is for, to identify if those are appropriate for some level of commercial use. Is it a requirement that they are maintained also as a residential unit?
Well, that would be the only way that I would approve it, but I don't even like taking 6 homes out of our single-family home inventory.
I think we're talking about maybe converting a bedroom or some room within the residential to be used like a home office or some type of commercial activity, not losing the entire home as a, we would require it still be a housing unit. It might just be
Live,
housing
work, or
pieces,
rental?
less square footage of the entire parcel. So I don't think we're talking about losing those as housing stock.
Well,
Correct?
I have to give it some more thought.
Okay, because I want to make sure that we're clear on that. Is
Yes.
that accurate? Okay. Other thought, Councilmember Mueller?
I'm totally supportive of this. I think it's a good idea to do it to all of them. I do totally and fully understand that they will have a residential component. If somebody can find something someplace else, they might be considered that something is added, but in generally what you're saying, it's going to be a mix of uses but requires a residential component. You know, somebody might come with some interesting proposal to put it off-site, like I said. It could be considered by a council, but we are not losing any of those housing elements. I really like the language that you use in Humboldt. It made it very kind of a proactive, positive. I think this one has kind of, gone into some minutia when you start, somebody, I think, asked about, these have got certain kind of uses that then they wanted to have more definition, then they got into driveways and shared driveways. I really, again, this is a general plan. I don't think we need that detail. I think it's one of your Schedule 7 here, you talked about that. I just don't think we need that. And the more that we can, keep it in similar language as we have in Humboldt, I think it's going to serve us best into the future. So I'm fine with, because the rezoning may only make sense for the northern. I mean, that's very speculative at this point. If we're going to allow this, again, this would be subject to a use permit, correct? Mr. Attorney, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, so I'm going to let the future dictate kind of what these mixed uses are going to be without presupposing that somebody can't figure out what to do with the 4 in the middle and they can only figure out what to do with the north and south. So I would take the north and south out. I would take out the new suggested language about driveways and all that. It's too much in the weeds for this plan, and I support the 6, and I fully recognize and want to keep in that this requires a residential component, just like Humboldt does.
So is it correct to say the language as presented in the draft plan now, without the changes in attachment 7 on, let's see, what section was this? The council feedback prior,
That's on page 63
4th sentence,
of council comments.
where it talks about adequate parking and/or access for the homes that share a driveway off Washington Street.
Yeah, I mean, we'll figure all that out, or the council will figure all that out when that
But
comes up.
You're comfortable with the language that's presented in the draft, I think, because that's not in there. The actual general plan draft.
Right, I don't like the part, this rezoning or overlay, since I support all 6, may make sense. I mean, I think it's too speculative and down in the weeds only for the northern or southernmost parcels. Let's see what the, applicants come. Also, the part about the prohibition of, it says non-alcohol, I did a lot of crossing out, and retail uses. So it's going to be again, I don't really think having a lot of detail that starts with create an overlay district to allow mixed uses, maybe an overlay district. I mean, I don't really know why we need an overlay district, but maybe there's a reason. Maybe that's a technical thing we have to do, the planning and zoning, so I'll leave that optional. But to allow a mix of uses such as live, work, office, service, etc. And I would just kind of leave it at that and wouldn't get into all this other stuff, because you really don't do that with Humboldt. You leave it more open and generic.
And then the deletion of the one sentence that follows that.
Correct.
About the north and south ends.
Right.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm more in favor of the bookend situation, but I can go with all 6. I would want, I share Councilmember Dornbecker's concern that we make it very clear that there must be a living unit, and I would somehow also like for it to be, I don't know if we call it deed restricted or if we handle it through our zoning ordinance, as the town attorney suggested, that it is a third-party rental and it is affordable housing. Because what I would not want to see is a retail come in there and then the owner uses it for their office upstairs. They live upstairs, but it's actually their office. So I'm okay as long as we hold on to true, real housing units on those 6 lots.
And I started off not liking the idea of all 6 parcels, and I've come around to thinking that all 6 are appropriate. I agree that it's critical that there's no loss of housing units. I believe that's what we're talking about. I don't feel like they should necessarily be rentals. If a homeowner wants to have a business downstairs and live upstairs, I have no problem with that. And I don't think we're trying to make it a rental necessarily. We want it to be living space. We can't have, oh yeah, my bedroom, my office really looks like a bedroom, or vice versa. But I think we can manage that with staff, but I would support all 6. And I would agree with Councilmember Mueller to remove the language about, especially if we're saying that we're supporting the all 6 idea, we don't need to reference the north and south ends. And also less is more on the sentence, allowing mixed uses, live, work, office, service, and other uses, I think is a better way to put it. Again, because we already have some regulations that we can enforce if necessary. Any member of the public like to comment? Yes, Eric. And just so you know, I don't think you were here yet, but I referenced your email at the very beginning of this, and I'm sorry that your meeting went so much shorter than ours did.
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. Eric, 96638 Jefferson Street. Just quickly on this point, my sense from the Town Advisory Committee is that for North Washington, the general support was to be sure housing remained on those parcels, and that it'd be an opportunity for this continuing effort to create local serving, whether it would be an attorney living there and having an office for an attorney or a hairdresser. But I understand the complexity of this. Maybe if it gets too complex to figure this out, maybe it just means liberalizing the home occupation use permit process and allowing, what we're really talking about is someone using a part of their home for a business, and maybe the user or the home occupation permit's another option for it as well. But the key, I think, for the advisory was that housing remain. We not lose housing stock. Thank you.
Thank you for reinforcing that. I think you've heard that from all of us now. Yeah, Councilmember Dornbecker.
Well, I am persuaded as long as it is absolutely clear that it must remain housing.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have one clarification on this. We had worded this, consider this in the future. It sounds like you're all willing to move forward now, so we could do the rezone or create the overlay district to allow these uses now, meaning we'll identify that in the general plan, and then we'll come back with the revisions to the zoning and design ordinance,
I think that's what you're hearing.
rather than a placeholder.
Yes.
Got it. Thanks.
That was kind of back to my very first comment about may, we may, and the town will make a decision. It was really about this. This is what you were suggesting in the beginning, that we may do this. So that's what I'm saying is I want to do this.
Good, okay.
Okay, Vista
That's
Condos,
fine.
and Councilmember Durham, you mentioned support. Can you clarify, there are a couple things. One, about the number, the areas of the complex that you would consider second story, but also, this is probably not so much for you, but for staff. I believe you called out that there's a homeowners association involved in this, and just because we might make a decision about this, they still have the authority that they currently have that we would still need to be communicating with.
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Durham, can you just restate your position on the Vista condominiums?
Yes. As with the north side of Washington, I felt this should be included in the general plan as well, not a placeholder. And as is noted in attachment 4, page 64 under the council notes, it was fully re-explained and reworded about the HOA and the fact that they need to be a part of this. So that's already, I'm just reinforcing the changes that you had already registered. And as far as the second floor, once again, to say just the inner circle, to me, the side that backs up to Fennell Road, which is so far off of Fennell Road, which isn't the inner circle, would work well as second stories. So I think there needs to be more detailed later as to what would work best, because there are some areas that aren't in that inner circle that I think would work without affecting view corridors or views.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker?
I did have a question about, in the rest of the town, we have the 50% rule, which is that, no more than 50% of houses on a street can be second story. So I wondered, are we just willing to let that
No.
go for them?
That rule only applies to single-family residences. These are condos, so they're excluded.
I
Doesn't
see.
apply.
Okay.
Could it apply?
It could if we wanted it to.
Were you
I would be,
headed that direction?
I was thinking that it would be more architecturally interesting, and maybe not everyone would want to have a two-story home, and I don't know, I just, I thought that that was more latitude for the neighborhood and also for the homeowners.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
I'm in support of 2 stories for all 70. We got that number right now, 70 condominiums. I think there's a lot that the homeowners association is going to have to figure out. I think the theme tonight is we know we have to do more housing, and I don't see why you couldn't have second floors and they all be, in theory, ADUs. So I think this is a prime opportunity to add second stories, the inner and the outer circle. So
Well, let's,
I'm in
the
support.
way it's worded now is to allow a second story on an existing dwelling, not to add a new dwelling. So let's explore that a little bit more if there's consensus. As to whether there's
that's what
consensus.
the question is. The inner circle, outer circle, not at all, right? For 2 stories?
When we're talking 2 stories, the suggestion is to add a second story to the existing condos for 1 unit rather than to allow a separate unit on that second story. So some clarification would be needed if there is
See,
support for
you're
that.
trying to clarify between 2 units and
One or two units.
two-story.
It's worded to allow 1 unit to be 2 stories rather than 2
one
units on
stories.
2 levels. Yeah. 2 one stories.
But does it, an ADU, we don't really specify that it has to have a separate entrance, or do we?
Well, and then an ADU really only applies to a single family parcel. These are condos, so these would just be more
okay.
condos.
It's really a concept. It's not something I'm asking for wording that specifies that, but in concept, it could be that. So we are trying to get more housing, more space for people to live. So I think it gives us the opportunity by saying no, you don't have the opportunity. So I'm fine with the inner circle and the outer circle being 2 stories, more living space.
So two-story individual townhomes, not a lower unit and an upper unit that's separate.
Yeah, I'm not going to specify that. I mean, I
Okay,
think in
good, thank
theory,
you,
when
thank
you
you.
have more square feet, you have more people. So if you don't allow 2 stories, you will not get potentially more people. So that's why I'm in support of the inner ring and the outer ring. And best of luck to the homeowners association.
Yeah.
figuring
That
all
clarified
this
it for
out.
me, thank you.
Okay.
And I don't want to assume the understanding was 1 unit with 2 stories in the previous comments?
Correct, single.
Yeah,
Yeah,
single
okay.
family.
Okay, yeah. Vice Mayor?
Well, I came in here ready to say inner circle only, but after hearing Councilmember Dornbecker talk about the 50% rule, I could certainly see all of them being eligible with a 50% rule on it to give some relief from the massing. On the ADUs, this isn't the time or place, but I do have some overarching questions on how some of the things we're doing affect the ADUs that we have to put in place. But I would be in favor of a 50%, all 70 units, and it's a family dwelling, not 2 separate dwellings.
So you're not getting consensus from us right now. I'm not going to help. So I'm okay with second story on all the interior units, and I would support the up to 50% on each block of the outer circle, as you're calling it. I think Councilmember Durham makes a very good point that even that south-facing section doesn't block anybody. It's kind of a heavily treed setback from Fennell. I would almost offer an exception to all those could be 2-story, because the real interest I have is to protect the view from the inner circle. Granted, they're all 1-story now, and they just look across the street at the townhomes across the street. But I think it also adds value to the inner circle that the outer circle currently has, and that's attractive, I think. But I almost feel like leave it all up to the HOA when
That's why it's
comes to shove.
worded,
Yeah.
consider allowing it in the future, because all these specifics we had trouble finding consensus on.
I think I would leave it up for future consideration with, I'll say, total support with inner circle 2nd story, and I'll just put a period there. The rest of it, I don't know that it's appropriate for me to tell them how they should control their properties, being an HOA. If this was freestanding residences, then I think we had a different authority.
So to clarify, Mayor, you're back to what is written here.
Inner circle, all of them could add a story. Exterior, I wouldn't prohibit it, but I'm not saying yes, definitely. How's that for a commitment?
So that sounds like leave it as it's written.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
And
But you don't have consensus from us. You have like 4.5 different ideas.
I
Is
can
leave
go with
as
how it's written.
The consensus?
I can go with how it's written,
I can go
with
with
what the mayor's saying.
There we go again.
Thank you. That one was really confusing. I couldn't tell
How we got there was really
where it was
confusing.
going.
All right, and where are we now? That's also confusing. So, public comment on anything related to this section that we haven't already discussed? Okay, is there a motion to continue past 10 o'clock? Because we're getting close.
No, I vote no.
Until 9:59.
All right, you think we're going to get through the rest of this in 4 minutes?
Nice to see.
We'll see. Okay, we're at section 6.
Well, the housing element, we're not recommending changes to.
Okay, is there any changes in the housing element? Last chance, council.
I just wanted to make a quick comment back to 5. There's a lot of discussion in these next 2 chapters about the mobile home parks, but there's an absence of talking about the 55 plus overlay until we're way into an element in the housing element. So I was just wondering if when we are talking about the current mobile home parks that we have, we put a little more emphasis on the 55 plus overlay that exists instead of having to find it buried in the housing element.
We can note it to clarify it in that table.
That's a good point.
Any other comment about this section, council?
No.
Any public on this section? Okay, moving on from 6 to 7, mobility. Page 103. So we have the Hopper Creek pathway as a recommended revision. Council, any feedback on section 7, chapter 7? Councilmember Durham.
I've got one thing. Page 124, policy MO 5.3, driveways on Washington Street. Improve traffic circulation along Washington Street by minimizing the number of driveways serving development. Are we really doing this if we're allowing the discussions that we've had earlier?
Yes, an example would be Priest Ranch and Handwritten. They
Okay.
share a driveway and they were developed
Very good.
to accommodate
Thank you.
that, based on this policy. It's a carryover in an existing.
Okay.
Any other questions on mobility section? Public on this section? Okay, seeing none. Pam?
Pam Reeves, 6887 Jefferson Street. I was just wondering if it's appropriate to include somewhere in the discussion of mobility to dedicate or commit the town to all electric public transportation within the town, to have a trolley that's electric. I don't know if that's the place to put it, but it's a commitment that I think the community would like to make. And if you call it out in the general plan, maybe it will happen.
It's actually already happening.
Okay.
It's already on order, but I would say that that's a sustainability theme, and, you know, there may be in 20 years another technology, but just for the record, NVTA has ordered an electric vehicle that will be replacing the trolley.
See how quickly we respond? It takes 2 years to get it, but. Yeah.
I know.
Okay, last chance on mobility. Okay. Councilmember Durham, you have 1 more minute before I'm going to ask you again.
We're not done?
The natural environment, chapter 8, open space and conservation. You want to keep starting?
No, I'll make a motion.
To continue past 10?
To continue past 10 p.m.
I know how that hurts.
Yes.
Is there
I'll
a second?
second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Grudgingly, yes.
Aye.
So I'm not even going to ask for an end time, unfortunately. Open space and conservation. Comments? Hearing none? Oh,
Sorry.
Vice Mayor.
Sorry. So on the view corridors, which is on page 139, and you have some proposed edits staff has some proposed edits defining view corridors. I guess my overall question is there a way to talk about or protect just views, not view corridors? Because I think as much as we define it, okay, this is a view corridor, and then we're going to add some pictures of it, and here's a map of it, I don't think what makes Yountville is view corridors. It's view and its feeling of open space. So is there a way to talk about that and what we want to do to preserve that?
You have some very challenging legal opportunities, and I'll defer before the reason I say that is view is equally undefined. And you also have property development rights. So if somebody has not developed their property or potentially fully developed it, you're taking away their rights, which is considered inverse condemnation. And I'm just going to share that, especially because you already have a policy that allows 50% two-story. So I'm just saying you have to be, I would be very cautious without fully identifying, because without knowing where the person is perceiving the view and what they consider the total view. So typically, you know, a town in the middle of the valley, you have limitations on height and corridors to protect view. Communities in hillsides actually have more complicated ordinances that restrict height, and then, you know, you actually design something so that the property that exists has to look under. So I'm just cautious that I think that's a really hard objective, especially for staff to come up with language without knowing where the person is determining the view and what view are we protecting. Because the second home in an internal neighborhood, I mean, you just had the discussion on Vista. You know, you have trees that are 2.5 stories, and if, depending on where you're looking at, that's the view.
Steve's saying no right now.
I'm on it.
I'm happy to leave it at that.
A smart man. All right.
Thank you.
Anyone dare ask another question?
I still will answer.
No. Public, any questions or comments? Yes. You waited all this time.
Yeah. I have nothing but admiration for this group of people and the work you're doing. It's been a real education being here tonight. And I came here...
you could just verbally identify yourself.
Oh, I'm
for our
Mike
record.
Costanzo, and I live at 186 Sauterne Circle here in Bella Vista. And I just have a couple points I'd like to share. And that is, in this section, particularly considering the difficult decisions that you're going to have to make because of the pressure from the state on housing. There's a couple of points related to the south side of town that I don't think made it into the consideration process, at least not from what I've read. And that is that there's no mention of the south side vineyard, the church vineyard, whatever it's called, in that goal on HO 1.5 on the ag preservation. And the benefits cited for the Palisa property apply equally in my view, I think. And there was a lot of pushback from the people involved in reviewing that. And I think, given that the tough decisions are going to have to be made, it would be nice if the value of that vineyard property be factored in when the time comes to give and take, if you follow what I mean. Right now, it seems as if the value of preserving these prime farmlands, and it is mentioned that area is prime farmland, and you can't get it back once it goes away. And so rather than looking at that whole property perhaps as being, it's already zoned, for housing and everything, and it's an easier take, obviously, because the zoning is there, and it helps with the compliance. Factor in the fact that it's still farmland, and it's still value, and it has the same value of providing a transition to the environment, that the external environment, as on the north side of town on that other property. I'm just saying that.
Just so I can be clear, you're talking about treating both parcels the same, basically, in terms of, earlier staff said the north parcel's like off the table to discuss development, but the south parcel is considered for development.
It
you're saying
is.
more equal than that?
I think it ought to be considered that it has some value. I mean, this valley is about farming, and so it has some value in that context. And it also it has some value for those that live there from the standpoint of views, and that's the only part of town that has no view corridors. If you look at that map about view corridors, they're every other direction, and I'm telling you, since I live there and I look out my window, it's got some great views. And I think that I hope that is revisited as well. Again, looking at the future when some very tough decisions are going to be made, and probably part of that is going to have to be developed. I understand that, but maybe that's not the only place where some tough decisions should be made. That's my point, and it seems like nobody was thinking about the south side of town and the value that's there just over that little flood roll.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I think Steve could probably offer a couple responses to that. We touched on earlier the fact that they are zoned differently. You acknowledged that. But anything else you wanted to discuss about the differences?
The property it's very different from a general plan discussion because of the existing zoning. So again, there have been different related ag uses and different considerations on the property, but it's been zoned multifamily residential and been included. What's very different than the Palissa property is that it's included as a site for development for housing for the housing element. So it would be actually a change in the housing element policy to take that and to consider it anything different than you currently are. So you would be opening up your housing element.
Do you know how many units are attributed to that parcel? Roughly?
No, because it would be all subject to the potential.
The housing element identifies a realistic capacity of 18 units on that parcel.
On what we're calling the church parcel.
On the church parcel. Right. It has a maximum capacity of 169 units and a realistic capacity of 18 is what's
identified.
That's
quite a range.
That is, yes.
And ultimately, it would be depending on what the option is. I also know that the Catholic Church is very aware of its development potential and is utilizing, right now, the relationship allows for a revenue stream, but they've had some discussion about might that fit their mission for affordable housing as well.
And so I think we're talking about it would, and maybe this is a Gary targeted statement, it would basically be seen as a taking of the value of that land that's been determined to be developable. They've chosen to keep it a vineyard. But if we were to say you cannot develop that, that would be an illegal taking, or I don't know if I'm using the correct term there, but we would be devaluing their property by telling them, no, you can't anymore develop this like we told you could.
No, I don't think so. If they had chosen to develop it in a particular way, they have the right to continue using it in that way. But you can change the standards, and they have to comply with the new standards, provided that they haven't currently developed it in a way that you're now trying to force them to change, if that makes sense.
So we could say, no, you can't develop it for housing units, but then we would be in default of our housing element, and we would need to find somewhere between 18 and 100 and something units to still comply with our housing element.
No, only 1 to 3 of those are deemed affordable units, so we'd have to find 3 affordable units somewhere.
But and I think you're also
It cares about the affordable units.
You're talking about the current, and let's not lose sight of the fact that we're really looking at longer term. So we're talking about the very current minimum versus the long-term zoning. And this is always a challenge when you're looking at the development, because we've had infill development and other properties developed adjacent, and you have parcels that, so I mean, it would be problematic with our current housing element, and we also haven't looked at our EIR changing that, so that would have something that we'd have to look at as well.
There was a discussion about if it was developed to extend the flood wall. We talked about that because it is in a floodplain.
That part's been included. I'm talking about the change, going a
Right,
different route
right.
or direction.
Councilmember Dornbecker?
And isn't that property owned by the Archdiocese?
It is.
So, if they decide that they want to do the affordable housing, it would be permitted. But so far, they've been happy with the revenue stream they've been getting from the grapes.
Sandra, if I'm not, it goes back a while, but I remember at one point in time, they came to us and they were actually talking about an agricultural development, farming buildings, equipment, machinery, stocking, and they were going to be doing some building. A proposal was going to be like ag-related, and ultimately the diocese chose not to go forward, but there was, it was going to be a heavy ag-related support with buildings on the infrastructure. So again, whenever we're looking at an ag parcel, I caution everybody, vineyard is not the only ag. And there are a lot of related uses, accessory buildings, components that are legal ag that may not look as pretty as vineyards. So something we have to recognize when we look at that particular. But more importantly, in fairness, we haven't contemplated changing the zoning, haven't been in communications with the church or a whole lot of other things. So, I mean, that would be a very significant delay and or modification in the general plan if you wanted to do that at this point in time.
I believe one of those maybe misunderstood uses in ag land is solar arrays that are allowed. They are allowed in Napa County.
There's a significant number, and I just don't want it, but I mean, it would go under ours, for example, not the county, but we have a range of, uses that are not just planted crop. And it's also wouldn't necessarily be that it's always vineyard. It could be a different crop. It could be a different operation.
So I'm not sure you're hearing an answer you'd like to hear, which is we can't touch it. But hey, Mike, if you could just make sure any comment.
There's no simple
We need you up at the microphone. Sorry.
I know that it's not a simple problem and there's not a simple answer here. What I see is, it's just somebody sitting on the sidelines and reading the newspaper, is that the problem in this town is workforce housing, and that there's been a lot of energy devoted to exploring the possibility of creating some workforce housing where it's needed, I read that the vets home has 100 jobs that they can't fill because people don't want to drive here to work at those jobs. And so it seems like that ought to be what is the focus in the general plan, rather than like the mentioning here of I think it was 18 units for. It says there in one place in there that there's 18 units that can be done on that property, if I read that correctly, and that would help address the what is it called, the minimum. I don't know the term. Your regional minimum.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, the regional minimum standard for low and affordable, or the low and very low, is only 6, right? That's someplace in the EIR that I read that, and so, in a way, and I know that the need is real and genuine, but this would be a kind of overkill, sacrificing, in a way, advocating to change this farmland, which is beautiful to look at. I admit it. I love it. To fulfill a requirement for 6 low or very low housing units that is a part of your regional mandated. I got the wrong term on that.
Well,
I think
the
we
regional
understand.
housing
Yes,
needs allocation.
that's what I'm referring to. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. So
I'm glad you don't know what RENA stands for. That makes me feel better.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Difficult choices are coming, and it seems like the deck is stacked against
I think there's a couple of things I want to respond, Michael, to your point, because our document includes language that talks about trying to look at
the
veterans home.
Yeah.
Now, the other challenge is we do not have, and I know a lot of people are not going to like what I'm going to say, we do not have land use jurisdiction.
I know
So we have language that talks about this as a policy, but we also have we have a responsibility under state law to actually do something in the areas that are under our jurisdictional control. So right now, the general plan needs to move forward and show opportunities in multiple areas. And again, in this particular case, this is not a change. This property has been zoned multi-residential for a number of years, and it's in our current housing element. So that's what makes it more problematic to pull out. We'd also agree with you. If we're successful in getting something with the state and we can look at it, we're certainly going to look at that. But I also know that there are other property owners that are well aware of what their legal rights are and what they're looking at. We just have not evaluated or studied or consulted with a property owner about taking away, because they need it from a revenue standpoint and at some point they may choose to go a different route, even on the ag side. So that's why I'm cautioning with regard to saying I've got my view. Now, what I would say, when we develop an application, if something was to come forward, that would be part of the discussion of the project application. The council and the ZDRB would look at where do potential sites go. That's all part of that discussion, because that's how a project, if one was to come forward, would come. But it's really hard to talk about what that would look like when there isn't an application pending currently.
Well, what I would also bring up are 2 points. One is we are not putting a priority list of development areas in this general plan. We are looking at all options, some very unlikely, some more likely.
Yeah.
So that would be one thing. The other thing is, if we are successful working with the Veterans Home and the state, that solves a lot of our housing needs.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the conversation we were having earlier, we don't have to worry about, at least in the short term, if not ever.
Yeah.
So we're hoping for success there. As long as it works for the Veterans Home, it can definitely work to our advantage. Take a lot of pressure off of the 2-story add-ons, some of the other things we still actually have local control over. And I think this property would be one of those. Not to mention how expensive it would be to make that flood zoned, area safe for housing.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's part of the consideration that the diocese has given, that if they want to put units over there, they may be required to extend that flood wall.
Yeah.
We know how expensive that was. It took us many, many years to pay off that. So that's not something that could happen very quickly or very
it's an impediment.
inexpensively.
I guess one of the things that really sort of spooked me is the early recommendation in the very early stages of building 2-story units on pilings with, in order to provide for parking in the flood area. And so I was visualizing, basically a 3-story unit, over my view.
There have been a lot of concepts that have been shared just
I
to
think
share
that
them.
went away,
So,
but that's anyway. That spooked me, and I feel actually like I've learned something, and I understand you've got. Understand the intent a lot better. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Dornbecker.
Well, I just wanted to point out too that we couldn't force the diocese to build them.
Right.
So there is that impediment to our doing that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? Yes, please. You also have waited a long time to join in the
I
fun.
wasn't even going to say anything, but I'm Gail Spratt, and I live at 118 Champagne Drive in Bella Vista. And actually, my house is right on that vineyard. And it's great. The view is great. I mean, it's wonderful. It's a little bit of heaven on earth, actually. But I was just curious as to, is it 10 acres that I read that the church actually owns, that 10 acres there? Do you know
Not sure.
what the land?
The site's identified here as 16.86 acres.
That's total, which would include the church itself, parking lot, vineyard.
Okay.
It is a
So
separate
that's
parcel.
just the
I'm just
vineyard.
looking at the table in the housing element. And it's identifying as one APN, so that sounds like it's one parcel.
Okay, 16.8 acres is what you
8.6,
had come up. And I know there's a lot more vineyard out there than just that also. And I think some of it is even leased by different individuals, different.
I think what I would also say, Gail, to that point, the vineyard that we're talking about in the town limits only goes to Land Lane, and the rest of that is in the unincorporated county.
Oh, okay, so anything over the 16.8 is, okay, got it, that's all.
And is in the ag preserve, not the town limits.
All right.
And the vineyard that's in the town limits on the church property is not in the ag preserve.
Right.
That is correct.
Oh, it isn't,
No, it's.
okay, all right, interesting, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Eric, yes.
Thank you. Eric Knight, 6638 Jefferson. Quickly, and I know it's late. I submitted a letter earlier, and I know, Mayor, you referenced it. I just wanted to briefly reference backwards for the letter that now that we're talking about the open space, is that language for the open space, in particular the Palissa property, is consistent with the language in the housing element and the housing element and the built environment. And my concern is that as I wrote in the letter, that I think in the policy of land use 9.4, I think it was appropriately, and we discussed this at the town advisory, that that agricultural land retain the designation. And I think what just concerns me is that maybe previous language from the last general plan about preserving it on the open space policies like 4.2, which I show in my letter, I think creates a potential conflict in the future for a council when you talk about when in the 9.4 program, talk about retaining and then some potential discussion points if that ag land use has to change, and there's some criteria for that discussion. But if the open space talks about preserving, I think there's an inconsistency. And so I would just encourage you to maybe keep the term retain that's in the land use and housing element conversation about the Palissa property be that same language in the open space, that that the town's current preference is to retain. I certainly support the residents and the towns, the draft general plans policy to first tackle affordable housing at the veterans home or possibly the Catholic Church property, but who knows what will happen in the future, and I think it's important that the language be consistent. And the only other thing, a small caveat I have, is in the description on the Palissa property, it talks about this kind of throw-in language that the site forms an appropriate transition from the more urban town uses and the agricultural uses in the county. And it just seems odd to me that we're saying, almost in essence, implying that we need a buffer of agriculture between agriculture and a town. It's a very kind of an odd description, and that I think it's something that again makes some inconsistencies within the policies. So thanks very much, and just that's what I said. I hope you take a look at my letter, and if there's any other that addresses my comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And if staff would comment on that, is there an intentional difference in terms? Does there need to be consistency or not?
It makes sense to make it consistent and to use the word retain rather than preserve. Although I know there's one instance in the letter
Protect is also
protect
listed.
being in the housing element, and we're not suggesting to change any of those housing element policies. So we would leave that one protect in the housing element, but we can make sure that all the new policies use that language of retain.
Yeah, and similarly, we would not recommend deleting that sentence, the site forms an appropriate transition between the more urban town uses and the agricultural uses in the county, simply because the housing element's already been certified. That would be something that would be probably more appropriate to consider when the housing element is revised in 2022.
Thoughts from the council on staff's comment related to the public comment? So basically, we're okay with the word change as recommended by Mr. Knight?
Yes.
And then is the explanation sufficient that we leave the language in as listed here? Okay. You got 1 out of 2, Eric. With hopefully an explanation as to why the language is in there. Okay, any other public comment on this item? I know Kim is waiting for the sidewalk judge. We're going to make you really wait for that one. Okay, I don't even remember what section we're on.
9.
Okay, are we finished with 9? Let's see. We're on 9, safety and hazards. Anything you need to pull out to bring to our attention?
No.
Any comments from council on
I was going to
safety
say,
and hazards?
you've all had an advanced look at this. This was highly promoted as a part of the emergency preparedness workshop and used as the foundation.
And we'll be together tomorrow to talk more about it.
It's excellent. That's what I think.
Okay. So no changes? Public, no changes? Bam. You still like to come in from the 4th row.
Pam Reeves, 6887 Jefferson Street. I kind of missed I'm on number 8, or chapter 8. I was waiting to hear about sustainability stuff, and that there are goals and policies on page 1. Is it 63 or 83?
63?
163. There's some pretty specific goals and policies and programs, and in view of the recent air quality disaster that we had for at least 10 days, I would really urge the council as a policy idea and a program to consider a ban on leaf blowers, to go into the general plan and to be a policy to help the sustainability of our air quality, and be a statement that we are actually serious about air quality and sustainable living in this area. So I don't know if this is the right place to do it, but it seems like we've skirted this issue for a very long time, and that it belongs in the noise ordinance as well as the sustainability ordinance or department, because it really is a big issue in town, and it's been an issue for a very long time, and something that affects everyday life in Yountville, and I think it should be addressed somewhere in here.
Thank you. Any other comment before I ask for council's response? Okay. Any response from the council about that concern? Councilor Durham?
Just a quick response. One, I agree with a ban on leaf blowers, but 2, it has not been ignored. I brought it up when I was on the ZDRB as well, and we had a full hearing on it. It lasted 2 days. 3, I would like it to be a conversation, but 4, I think it's detailed once again for the general plan.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Durham, and other residents are bringing this up, so it is on the radar to come when we look at noise and other things in the next year.
Thanks. And I would just say, I think it's not appropriate for this conversation. I think we can look at that as an ordinance if we so choose, but also just to say ban leaf blowers, I think is being way too broad. We have some businesses and residents that use very quiet battery operated or electric. You're talking about loud gas powered. Okay, that's fine. That's one thing. Then you talk to anybody that's going to then sweep their yard of leaves. It's a more complicated conversation than than to put into the discussion, I think, here. And as Councilmember Durham mentioned, it has not been ignored. Sometimes when decisions don't happen that you're hoping get made, it doesn't mean that we're not, listening to those issues and talking about them. But it does get complicated very quickly. Every homeowner that has a landscaper doesn't want to pay for the extra 45 minutes of raking and sweeping, or they certainly don't want them to hose down debris, because then you have a water issue. So that conversation can be had at another time.
Could I just respond to that just really quickly?
Sure.
I meant gas-powered, and it's not only for the noise, it's for the pollution aspect.
Understood.
And that's an incredible amount of pollution created by those two-cycle engines. But also, the idea that somehow that business model is sustainable is incorrect. So we have to say as a community that we don't approve of using our natural resources in that way. And yes, maybe the town also invests in a mulching machine for people, and we have some sort of ability to do that on site that's portable. All of those things are possible, but I understand what you're saying about not raking. I rake and sweep my whole yard. I'm glad it's only 5,000 feet, but still, it is possible. And I don't think the economic issue should be equated with what we actually need to do to change our behavior to save the planet.
And that's why I think it's the perfect conversation to have at a council meeting at a further date. And it's something I back, but it's not something to go in the general plan. So
Well-
can we move on to the next item?
And I would also like to comment that I'm almost certain that it's in the climate action plan, that there is a program to consider banning or regulating gas and powered leaf blowers, and that there is a program in the general plan to implement the climate action plan, so it's covered in that regard.
Thank you for that clarification. Safety and hazards, back to safety and hazards. Do we have any comment?
They all look hazardous to me.
Okay, noise. Chapter 10, noise, anything? Anything? Public? Public? No? Okay. Appendix. Do we have any other parts of the plan, draft plan for consideration tonight, Sandra?
That is before you, up to chapter 10.
You feel like you have sufficient clarity on everything for now?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, don't tell me what the parts are that you don't like.
Well, I think what I would say, it's been a long evening, but I think we do have direction to bring you back a draft, and really you're down to a handful of things that you're going to have to massage. I think you've given us some really good direction on the changes to make, how to craft, and then it's really just down to those half dozen or so things that you guys are going to have to make a determination on. So I think it was a very productive evening.
Yeah, and I think that even though it was several hours for us tonight, a lot of the ease, if we can call it that, is based on the last 18 months or whatever it was that we've had the public dialogue and the tag and the repeated discussions that we have had to get here. So we'd be talking a lot longer if we didn't have that set up for us. So thanks to everybody that's helped us get to this point. Getting very close to the finish line. Thank you both. Okay, I was going to try to jump the art walk before the financial report, but I think we need to hear the financial report before we talk about the judge. So yeah, Maria, please. Fiscal year-end financial report.
Good evening. You've all worked so hard tonight. And so I'm going to just get right to the summary of the report, which is really that piggybacks on the presentation from our auditor, where we're in good fiscal position. Our fiscal year for June 30th, 2018 ended with a fund balance of $2.2 million, a bit over that. And so the staff report summarizes really a combination of two things, at least in the general fund, and that is revenues exceeded expenditures and revenues exceeded our estimates, and also we just generated some savings by being prudent, as we always are. So the report before you is providing some recommendations on how to allocate this fund balance, and you've been very fortunate, at least in my tenure here. You've always been able to make these allocations or similar ones. Ultimately, they're up to you, but we're suggesting that $500,000 be allocated to the pension rate stabilization program for the CalPERS costs. And as you heard from our auditor, we know that those costs continue to go up, so it's good to be prepared for those costs that are rising. Allocating $500,000 to the facilities repair and replacement fund, allocating $500,000 to the fleet tools and equipment repair and replacement fund, allocating $500,000 to invest in the other post-employment benefit trust, which is similar to the pension rate stabilization trust. We do have two minor adjustments in the current year budget to operating costs. In the finance department, $58,000 for contract services to fund the staffing of a temp employee who's going to be covering for an employee who's going to be out on maternity leave. And then for the town clerk's budget for increased scanning services, part of the program that is already in place, $40,000. And then increasing the budget contingency that we have in the town reserves. So currently, we have a contingency of $240,000. And so if we went up to $432,171, which is really just an increase of $192,171, we would be close to 5% of expenditures for this year, and I think that that would just be a good marker to have. The report clearly states that any adjustments that we would make to the budget or use of contingency would always come to the council, but it's a good way to insulate all of our reserves. If we were to have any kind of economic downturn, we would go to these funds first. And so I always believe in nice, steady landings. If there's ever any kind of economic uncertainty, it's nice to have these savings in place. So I'm happy to talk about any of the elements in the report if you'd like. But given the interest of time, I thought I'd just give you the summary, and it's certainly up for your discussion. So
Thank
with that concludes my presentation.
Any questions of the report? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. So, actually, I don't have questions of the report. I have some discussion. Sorry.
Okay. Any public comment or questions about this? No? Discussion. Vice Mayor.
So we are looking at putting $500,000 into each of our two new kind of capital spinoffs. And I know the report that the Public Works Director brought us, I think at the last meeting, showed that would fund at least one of them for about, I think, 5 years maybe. Anyway, my bottom line question is, on that $1 million, would we be better served to pay off some of our smaller loans or to put more into our couple of pension trusts? Since we do have some time on those, and I know staff went through all this, I'm just trying to understand the rationale of not paying off the loans or funding the trust a little more robustly.
I think Maria is going to go first.
So it's I sort of like to think about how to weather a potential storm, and so the Section 115 trusts are both healthfully funded, and we like to give steady contributions to those. So we'll probably, fast math here, we'll probably have about $4 million in aggregate in those funds. So that's really good. And so if something were to happen with PERS, we would be prepared and capable of paying for those costs. If we were to have a big capital expense, we would have the opportunity to take on debt because the town is well positioned, or we would have our facilities repair and replacement fund. One of the things that other communities tend to do is they have their contingencies and their reserves, and then they have their replacement funds. And one of the things that happened in the last recession was many of the communities chose and were able to stop contributions to those funds. Some of them were able to even draw down on those funds for the same reason, to weather those storms. And so that's kind of like a gap that we still need to fill here, and we're not in horrible condition, but I just think this is a really good opportunity to get those in place. And I know that the report called for a lot less than that, but I like to look at it this way. You have the money now, you set it aside, and now your contributions over time for the next 5 years are really small, and it's a small load on the general fund. So if anything happens, the money's already there. That's why I'm making that recommendation. But again, up to you for discussion.
Steve, did you want to add to that?
Briefly, yes. I think a couple things to footnote. When you look at the new fleet tools and equipment and facilities and repair, you remember our old Fund 50? That was our catch-all. What I want to talk about is you can look at some of the projects on a 5-year horizon. We're actually looking at stuff on their life cycle replacement. So for example, when we replace an air conditioning unit, we're plugging in 15 years and starting to set up. So this is going to allow you more flexibility long-term. And as you saw in the CAFR presentation, we've made significant progress in relative healthy terms with regards to OPEB and pension. But I will also premise, this is staff doing our best recommendation based on what we think some of the policy directives. We're very fortunate. You're very fortunate to have a situation here where we're talking about how to put something ahead that's going to help this council in future decisions, and more importantly, probably councils behind you. So, I mean, it really is a policy determination, and if you wanted to put 400 in each of the facilities and fleet and add another, I mean, that is certainly within your prerogative. Maria and I have had a conversation, and we probably would suggest that number 7 be changed to increase the annual budget contingency from 240 to 5%, and then that would be a target that we keep going. And in the way our system works, we start in the annual budget contingency, and then you would move to your revenue stabilization, and then depending on a project, where our goal is that we're going to be putting money aside every year towards the fleet and equipment replacement, and eventually those funds, instead of using general fund, you're going to be able to use the balance built up in those reserves, but it's going to take us several years to get there. But really, again, we're open to discussion. Certainly want to look at what best meets your needs.
So are you proposing to change 7 to the percentage?
I think Maria and I would both agree 5% is a good target, and we can give you
Instead of the
exact-
432, Maria, is that?
So I backed into that just so that I could make all the other numbers be nice and round, because I like round numbers, but we can do that. And if we were to do that, it would basically bring that contingency to about $453,000. And then all we have to do is the easiest way to do it is to be equitable, is take about $5,000 off of each of the allocations. And then there's just a tiny bit, less than $2,000, that can probably be shaved off of even the finance department. I'm sure I can generate a $2,000 savings.
Or you could just leave it as is and add with the goal of achieving no less than 5% ongoing.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Instead of doing all that math.
Because that would help guide future.
Yeah. Vice Mayor, did you have additional questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. Just quickly on the 58,000 for temporary employee and 40,000, that's 98,000 that we're adding to our personnel budget, basically.
It's actually contract services, because they're not full-time employees.
It's services budget.
Correct.
It's some sort of I
Yes,
use the wrong
actually,
phrase, but
I know.
it's someone working for us.
It is, correct.
Okay, so when we do the budget next year, that will not be carried over, right? I mean, the budget will not plump up by 98,000.
No, because again, I mean, we've been, in the staff report, we were very clear that this is a staff vacancy due to a pregnancy situation. So it's just, I mean, we don't always know where those circumstances are, and it's a significant duration. So, I mean, from that standpoint, I would answer that. I will point out that what we're talking about on the next one in the town clerk budget, I'm not going to give you as clean an answer because we advise you that we could have 3 to 4 years of scanning costs to get our archive brought in. We see an opportunity this year with the progress we're making to potentially get more done this year. So we're suggesting 40,000 be added to what we were currently going to plan. I don't think that's going to get us done. So, but you will make a decision next year. So neither of those are baseline changes, if that would be a better way to answer. They have a, but I don't want to be, I don't want to tell you that we're not going to be coming back and having money for scanning, but it won't necessarily be the same amount that we have in this year's budget plus 40. Michelle will do an analysis of what she believes is realistic with a contract as part of next year's budget.
Any other questions? Public? No? Okay, is there a motion to accept with the one change that I suggested to something about a goal of 5%?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes. Thank you very much.
Great.
Again, congrats on the audit.
Thank you, and
Or
thank you all.
the-
Congratulations.
or CAFR, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
It's getting a little late to remember what we were talking about. Yountville Art Walk, sidewalk judge.
Mayor,
Let's
Council.
talk about that.
I'm going to attempt to be brief given the hour.
Yes.
And assume that you've all read the staff report. A couple footnotes. Under our policy guidance that you've given the Arts Commission, they are to make recommendations with regards to various arts programming, including the curation and management of the public art walk. So any permanent acquisition requires a commission recommendation and then ultimately a determination by the council. A couple things that I want to clarify because I know some folks might have some concerns. The recommendation is actually to spend money from a restricted fund. The 1% public art fund that is collected from commercial commercial building permits is restricted to be used only for the public art walk. So this is not money that could go to some other activity or program. It's limited to the art walk. Now, notwithstanding, that includes a whole lot of things. It includes artist stipends, outreach, education, pads, installation, potential curation, adding to the collection. So it's a wide range within the public art walk, but it's not like this funds could go to some other programming. So that's the one caveat. There will be a fund balance of approximately 40,000 in that restricted fund if they were to make if you were to approve the acquisition, and then they would have, additional money coming forward. So I know there's a little more detail in the staff report about the background of Sidewalk Judge, the artist, which is a nationally recognized artist. So I'm going to stop there, and basically, you do have a representative. The chair of the Arts Commission is here. Anytime we talk art, there's always people that like it or don't like it. You also have some e-comment in support of the acquisition, and you received an email from another resident forwarded that had commented to the council in support of the acquisition. With that, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the staff report before we invite Kim to come up after 4 hours of waiting to speak to us?
She came well after 8 o'clock.
I know. I was giving her a break. She's been here at a lot of meetings. Please. And Steve, thank you for recognizing the correspondence that we did receive. I was going to mention that, but you did. Yes.
Hello, Kimberly Cook, the Yountville Arts Commission. I will be brief. The international artist Stuart Johnson sidewalk judge has been here in town for several years, and we would like your permission to let it stay here permanently. Pieces of artwork from internationally recognized artists are not inexpensive, but we established the Public Arts Fee Fund for this very reason, and I think it's done pretty well for us so far. And we now have the financial ability to purchase a piece that we never could have imagined when we started in 2009. It leaves us with a reserve, as Steve said, and with more work in town to come, it will support our future of the Art Walk. It was not a unanimous vote by our commission, but it was the majority, and we did feel that the sidewalk judge has become an integral part of our community and certainly our most popular and publicized piece of artwork. I think that alone strongly supports the purchase. I think, as with all art, there are people that don't care for pieces or feel that it's not appropriate for the image of Yountville, and I can understand those opinions, but I feel that the positives override the negatives as it brings so much joy to so many people in town. So I will look forward to your comments if you have any questions.
Why didn't we just charge $1 a photograph? It would be paid
It
for.
would be paid for by now, definitely. And that's what this fund was for, created to keep the Art Walk going, and it especially reaps the benefits for the residents of the town of dealing with all the commercial building that's been going on. So,
I just had one question, Kim. I've been told by a resident, actually not a resident, but a member of the Arts Commission, that that person didn't feel that it was much of a benefit to the town residents, and that it was more of an attraction for visitors. Is that the perception that you have, or do you feel that the town residents really like it that much?
I hear from a lot of residents that really do like it. They bring friends to see it, and everybody wants to take a picture with it. I've asked specific people what they thought of it, and they said they really liked it, but they didn't think we should spend the money on it. But it isn't the town's money, it's money for the Art Walk. So this is an opportunity, a really unique opportunity that we have to purchase something that I think benefits residents and visitors.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Kim?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion? Yes, Councilmember Durham?
So I spoke to 3 of the arts commissioners over this last week to get their opinions on all this, and it was great to talk to them, because I think just like our current zoning design review board, we have a new and expanded commission that's taking it very seriously, and there's nothing like sitting down with 3 of them individually to talk about art. You realize they do take it very seriously. And as a result, my first comments are that this is art. We all interpret it differently, and so I might like it or might not like it, but I don't want that to be my decision that it's based on. But I want to make a few comments. I believe these funds should be utilized, and that's exactly what they're for. I would like to see these funds utilized for more items, not just one item that is most popular and publicized. There's been discussion that it's the only piece of interactive art in town, so therefore it is the most publicized. It's the most easy to move up against and take a picture with. But I offer up that as many times as I've come to that intersection of town, there's as many people taking pictures with the basket, and there's a reason. There's a fence around the basket now because everybody loved the basket of fruit so much. So to define what is interactive, maybe because of this new commission and expanded commission that we have, there's an opportunity to have a further discussion about what interactive art is and what it means for Yountville, and therefore maybe more opportunity to get interactive art in this community. Also, there was a comment that I thought the comment was telling that, well, if we purchase it, maybe we just put it somewhere else. And that to me speaks volumes to the support and the belief in the piece of art itself. We'll buy it, but we'll put it in the corner of the park where it won't be in the middle of town, which to me seems like a concession to allowing it because we have this opportunity and this is the one that's come up now. So with all that being said, I really think that with the current commissioners on the Arts Commission, we have more opportunity to do this moving forward. And the Gordon Huether art in the middle of town has not even been replaced, which is usually right on top of this as well. You know, so we have other pads to be replaced as well. So I would like to see more opportunity to do other things besides just purchase the sidewalk judge.
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize, I'm glad you brought up the Gordon spot. You probably heard, Kim, that one of the old favorites that people are like, well, why don't you buy Silver Twist so it would never leave? It's now in front of a residential neighborhood on Soskull Avenue. After it was in front of Evangel for a while. So.
And just for the record, it was purchased for $150,000.
Yes. Any other comments? I did want,
have
sorry,
some comments.
Councilmember Mueller.
I just wanted to say that I wanted to follow on with what Councilmember Durham had to say. I think it's great that the art program has been so successful, and what I hear a lot of people saying, besides I like this and I don't like that and blah blah blah, is that they really, and I embrace this as well, appreciate the very dynamic aspect that these things were always changing. I think we're very fortunate that I know there's a lot of work. You just don't sit there and look at pictures and I like this one. There's a lot of work that goes into having these different pieces come to town, but I think that's what our art program is about, is the ever-changing nature of this. So if you need to spend the money to kind of emphasize that and add to that, I'd rather see that's kind of where the money goes. And this, you know, I love it. I really don't want it to leave, but I'm not really in favor of buying it to keep it here forever. So that's kind of my thought.
Okay. Councilmember Dornbecker, did you have comments?
Well, I sort of feel the same way. At first, I thought it was going to be less expensive, and I was surprised to see how expensive it is. And, you know, I like it, and, you know, I think that I would prefer to see more varied art come to town rather than spend that much money for, even though he's a recognized national artist. I think I would rather see, and also when we were going to have the mural done, we had here, you know, we polled the residents and really went through a process to determine whether they wanted it or not. I haven't had a lot of people who live here tell me that they really love this sidewalk judge. Did the artist, that's another question I had, did the artist say he was going to take it back now?
We are on an expired loan agreement, so I would, you know, it is very likely that the piece will move and the relationship with the Seward Johnson Foundation will run its course. I do want to say one thing, that the acquisition of this piece does not preclude the rotational nature. The Arts Commission is working on that. They've actually increased the stipend, and there are a number of additional pieces that are actually in the delivery queue waiting, and we're kind of approaching maximum site location with maybe 3 or 4 more. So I just want you to know that it's not precluding the rotation, and I don't sense that the commission doesn't want to continue with a rotational theme. And I just want to point out that you're still going to have the, you know, over 40,000 plus additional deposits towards applying to stipends. So it's not, it's not going to limit their ability to do the programming that you're talking about.
We might just be trying to say in a nice way that, no thanks.
No, we're not all saying that, so.
No,
we'll-
I'm interpreting what I'm trying to say, that I recognize that, and that's fine, but I still think that that doesn't mean that something else creative couldn't be used for the money instead of having this piece here. So I fully am supportive what the use of those funds have been for, but there may be some more additional things that they could be used. So I'm open to that.
Did you have any further comment, Councilmember Dornbecker?
No, I sort of agree with Councilmember Moeller.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I'm pretty reluctant on this myself, and mostly agreeing with my colleagues up here. But I also think that we can't let $7,000, which is the delta between acting now and acting in January. I'd like to hear more from the Arts Commission of what kind of is the plan to use. It was really interesting, Chair Cook, when you said, or Vice Chair Cook, that it was established for this very reason, to bring in these kind of artists. So this was news to me. So, I mean, my vote tonight likely will be not in favor, but to me that doesn't foreclose coming back before our 3-month window slams shut to talk about what does our Arts Commission see as our premier destination. Is it to spend our money to do these kinds of things, or is it to rotate through of lesser known artists? I'm just kind of at a quandary here.
Thank you. I'm disappointed that I'm going to be the only person that supports this idea. I think we have an opportunity to present a unique, very high quality sculpture that has been, like you say, probably the most popular sculpture that we've had in the Art Walk or any of our permanent installations. I think part of the problem is local residents that see it every day get complacent with the quality and the impact it has. As Councilmember Durham, you said, I never drive by there and fail to see somebody, mimicking the pose, taking a picture, or just sitting there. And it is great that it's an interactive piece. And I do think that this money, while it's not inexpensive, we're not into buying cheap art. We're into supporting quality art. This is one of the finest pieces we have, frankly. I thought the Chaos Pamplona sculpture would be the iconic sculpture that we have in town, and I think it still is. I again believe it's so familiar that we underappreciate it, because it's a one of a kind in the world. And this particular piece, just like the chef really resonates because that's really kind of the culture of our community. Yeah, it's a different price point, but it's permanent. And I haven't heard anyone ever say, we want to rotate that chef out of here. I do believe that we keep the fundamental mission of the Art Walk being a rotational art walk, but to have 3 or more anchors to 24 locations totally makes sense to me. There's some pieces on that art walk that I look forward to them rotating out, but that's just my personal opinion, and that gives us things to talk about when we're walking the streets. But I think it would be a missed opportunity if this truly iconic piece that has really resonated, and just because our visitors like it doesn't mean it's not appropriate for our residents to enjoy. I do think that there's a little bit of a complacency. He was supposed to be here for 6 months or something, 8 months, something like that. And that was how many years ago? We have the resources to support it. To say we need to save money because there might be something else that comes up that we want to spend it on, I just don't agree with that philosophy about when you have something that is this unique, that has resonated so well, we don't know that we'll get something back similar. So I think it's worth the investment. This is what the money is raised for. I think the Arts Commission has done an incredible job of being so dedicated to find pieces from all over the country, if not the world, to showcase. And we have become the art destination of this valley. And it doesn't come without some cost, financial, hard work, hours of dedication. So, if tonight's vote is no, I hope it's reconsidered before we lose out on this opportunity. So,
Well, I would be, I agree with the Vice Mayor. I'd be interested to hear what the plan is, because this seems just sort of like a one-off to me. So I'd like to, before the 3-month window closes, I'd like to hear a little bit more.
I'm going to go out on a.
hold on just a sec. Kim's got something to add on that.
There's not a 3-month window. I mean, it can leave anytime.
Oh.
It was only a 3-month window when it first came,
Oh, I see.
and it's been here for a couple years.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
And thank you, John, for stating what this is all about better than I could. I would like to understand something from you guys, too, is what are your goals? Are you not liking this specific piece, or the money that's being spent, or the way we're doing it, so that I can understand, of the $120,000 that we have to spend, what you expect us to do with it? Because it's been dedicated to taking care of the art walk, and this is an opportunity that came up, so we thought it was fitting. But if you're saying no, which I can understand if you want to say no, but I would like to know why, so we can prepare for going forward too, if that's not too presumptuous.
If anyone would like to share their reasons
I'll
more
give-
specifically, Councilmember Mueller.
I'll give you my opinion. I mean, I really think the vibrancy of the ever-changing art that we have in town, I really think that's what this program is about. That's what I enjoy. I think by bringing that, it's for the visitors. It's also, since it's changing a lot, it really is good and appreciated by the residents. So what I'm assuming, yes, I do know that you spend some of your funds to manage all that, maybe give the stipends to kind of bring it here. So I'm just saying, put that on steroids. Now that you've really got some money, saying, maybe we've always ignored, shipping a statue over from France or something. Now maybe you have that opportunity to bring in a different quality, or that something that might cost a little more, so you can
We get
maintain
very
that.
limited submissions. We really have to go out
Well, then maybe that's,
and drag
maybe
things
you
out.
need
And we
to,
do have
spend some money on advertising or
24 that rotate, so.
something like that. So that's my concept of why let's put the money into keeping it very vibrant and changing. And, if you do come back and say there's just no way we could spend this money except for buying something, then that's what's going to be said. But that's my vision.
I'm going to comment to that because I went to almost every art commission meeting before it was a commission for
Yeah.
a year or two at least, every one. And it sounds like there is not an appreciation for the process that goes into creating the art walk and the rotation of the sculptures. There are months of research and effort and discussion at the commission, consideration, sometimes interviews with the artists before it ever gets to, what is it going to cost, how much is the stipend going to be, et cetera, et cetera. It's not something like you can just flip through a catalog and say, let's take these sculptures and put them here for 6 months or a year. Or we wouldn't need an arts commission, frankly. And Councilmember Durham mentioned it, having some very creative minds that have been added to the mix with this commission. I think they can do really great things. If this was going to zero out the fund, it might be a different conversation. And that might mean things couldn't change. So I just want to make sure that sufficient appreciation is given to the time and effort and analysis that the commission puts into making a decision like this. I mean, I know how
I appreciate
frugal-
that. I won't take it personally if you say no, though.
No,
but I
you've already
appreciate
heard
that.
that I support the idea,
Yes,
but
thanks.
I also know how frugal, I'm going to use the word frugal, it's the closest I can get, that you and the commission have always been. Because it started off with who's bringing the cookies and donating wine so we could have an artist reception.
And the artists that donated their pieces on loan for no stipend
So
in the beginning.
this kind of
we've
feels
come a long
like-
way, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a level of achievement
Mhm.
that has been earned. And like I say, we could get lucky and they don't sell this in the next few weeks, which is all it really says, if I read it correctly, that they're looking to have this tax break.
By
and
the
then-
end of the year.
By the end of the year. So it's no 3 months we can decide. We have a very limited window. Yeah, Councilmember Durham?
Or we get lucky and it sells, and we don't buy it. And, like I said earlier, I want to be absolutely clear. I support the commission. I support the use of the
You do.
funds. That's why I reached out to 3 of you to talk to you. So there's no discussion on that part with me anywhere. And I also want to be clear, I don't think it fits Yountville's aesthetic. So there, I've said it. It's a
Okay.
piece of
That's
art.
what I
I
wanted
don't
to
like
hear.
it. So I think there's the opportunity to bring in more interactive art. As I explained earlier when I was making my comments, there's the opportunity to bring in interactive art, because that's what this is. And in fact, correct me if I'm wrong, it's really the only piece of interactive art we've had on this art walk, if I remember correctly. So it just happened to be the first piece we brought in. What if we bring in things that are interactive that are better suited for Yountville? That's my position, and that's where I'd like to see moving forward, not discounting anybody's work or time or effort.
They did offer us 5 different pieces of Seward Johnson's, and we picked that one out of all of them, and it has turned out to be the most fun, most
This
interactive.
is probably a classic art conversation, right?
I
We
know.
have different opinions.
So we can just,
But I want to make sure that it's based on what we all can maybe agree on, which is appreciating why this has been brought forward to us for consideration. So hopefully that's what it's going to be based on.
thank you.
Any other thoughts, council? So is there a motion to accept the request as presented? I can make the motion, but it doesn't sound like I'm going to get a second.
I'll make that motion. You're a pretty persuasive team.
I think so too. I'll second it.
Well, I guess I'm glad I asked the question, I guess. Any further discussion now that we do have a motion and a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Name.
No.
Okay, so that changed. 3 to 2, that's accepted. So if I ever see Councilmember Durham taking a picture at the sidewalk judge?
I have not, and I never will. Thank you.
Well, and that's why we have these conversations. So thank you, and thank you for making it through the evening to be here at 11:15. But wait, there's more. No staff informational reports, right? No staff left to give reports? No, just kidding. Joe T., you doing all right back there? All right. Any absolutely necessary reports? LAFCO.
I will make a brief announcement because I think people might be interested in LAFCO. We just annexed Alston Park into the Napa Sanitation District, and the reason this is good is because now the city of Napa is going to be building restrooms just like we have in our parks, and take away the porta potties at Alston Park. So I guess I got applause for that one. All right. So the irony of it's where you take your dog to go, now you can go too.
Councilmember Dornbecker, you have a report from our retreat today?
Yes, both from our retreat and also from the League Leaders Conference that we were at last week, where the League identified their 2019 strategic goals, and there are 4 of them. I'm just going to say them quickly, and at any other time we can talk about them to more benefit. The number 1 is to provide cities additional funding and tools and preserve local authority to address housing production, affordability, and homelessness challenges. Number 2, to improve disaster preparedness, recovery, and local climate resiliency. Number 3, to promote sustainability of public pension and retirement health benefits. And number 4, to address public safety concerns of California cities.
And there were about a dozen bullet points within each of those.
one of those.
Yeah. That's why it took a day and a half to come up with those goals last week. Thank you for that report. Anything specific on today? I think it's still, we were basically discussing how our North Bay Division was going to implement
That's right.
these goals locally. We set our tentative agenda for our quarterly division meetings, where we would have various speakers come and speak to some of these issues. The first one, I believe, we decided is going to be related to or learning about the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's CASA housing program and how that might impact cities.
Local control.
Yeah, and impact our local control over housing development. So a lot more to be learned about that. I'll reserve all my comments to a later meeting. Any other meeting reports? I don't remember. I got out of my agenda here. Oh, I did want to, just very quickly, I wanted to recognize that the Michelin rating system did come out, and we were very well represented here in Yountville. The French Laundry has retained for more than a decade its 3 Michelin stars, one of only 2 restaurants in the Napa Valley. Bouchon has retained its 1 star for many years now. Other Yountville restaurants that received Michelin awards included now closed Red, Ad Hoc, Bistro Gentil, Bottega. We'll count Bricks and Mustards in there, as well as Chichio and Redwood. So I think we can say safely that we are retaining our status as a culinary capital. Congratulations also to our longtime Yountville resident and business owner, Chef Thomas Keller. It was announced by Governor Brown and the California Museum that he will be one of the inductees into the 12th class of the California Hall of Fame. And it was a very prestigious list of Californians that were on that induction roster. So congratulations to Chef and all of the restaurants that continue to serve all of us so well. We very much appreciate that. With that, none of them are still open. Actually, I think Bouchon might be. No closed session, thank goodness, Gary. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Just as a reminder, we do not, we do have our special meeting tomorrow, December 5th at 1:30. As it relates to emergency preparedness, we needed to notice that since all 5 of us will be there, but our next regular council meeting will not be until January 15th. We are not going to be here on New Year's Day. So if there is a motion to adjourn until our special meeting tomorrow.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone still watching? Go to bed.
Michelle,
Good night.
I emailed